Good evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of September 1, 2022 to order. The first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I invite all who are able to join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As all of you in the public will notice, we are meeting exclusively virtually this evening. The reason is not related to COVID or any other direct health issue. We have a broken air conditioner in the city council chambers, and our Constitution prevents cruel and unusual punishment, and sitting in council chambers without air conditioning at 110 degrees would constitute cruel and unusual punishment. So with that, I would like to introduce and welcome our new city clerk, Brenda Pree. And I very much want to thank Monique for all of the work that you have done over the last many months. You have been an absolute star for us, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. And with that, Madam Clerk, would you like to call the roll?
Councilmember Holstitch.
Here.
Councilmember Course.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Here.
Mayor Middleton.
Present.
All members are present.
All right. We do have one proclamation, and that is the proclamation for Employment Month. And who's going to take over that proclamation? It was not identified to me as to who had that one. So,
Madam Mayor, I believe it's just listed on the agenda. I don't think it's actually being presented or read out.
Well, then we acknowledge the proclamation, and we will move on to the acceptance of the agenda. Our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for a separate discussion. Please note item 1O as in Opal concerning the Palm Springs International Airport brand update has been removed from the agenda, and we will not be taking public comment on that item this evening. We anticipate seeing this item on the agenda later this month, and we will allow for public comment at that time. We have received an abundance of written comments on this topic. We encourage you to continue to share your thoughts and concerns, and we look forward to working with staff and all of the community to make sure that this item comes forward at the appropriate time after the appropriate amount of vetting. At this time, I would entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items that staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull 1G.
1G. All right. Anyone else with items to be removed from consent calendar? With that, we will move forward with 1G removed for separate discussion, and 1O removed for a later council meeting. City Attorney, please provide a report on the closed session.
Yes, Madam Mayor, the City Council met in closed session to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda. The City Council did vote 5-0 to initiate litigation. Additional details of that litigation will be provided once service is effectuated. And I believe there was also a urgency item that we were going to add to the legislative and new business relating to a request for a letter to congressional leadership it was requested by the mayors for guaranteed income. And if the council is so inclined, it'd be appropriate to add that item by a 4/5 vote. That item came to the city's attention after the agenda was posted last week, and the request for a sign on to this letter is requested by tomorrow. And so there's a need to take immediate action.
All right. And the appropriate time to take that vote would be when, Mr. Ballinger?
To add the item, it'd be appropriate to do that right now during agenda review, and then the actual item itself can come back later on in the evening, probably during business and legislative items.
All right. Is there council member, of course?
I'll move that we add the urgency item to the agenda. And thank you, Jeff. I forgot to do that.
And is there a second? Is there a Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll second.
All right. And again, this is an urgency item, and we are voting only on whether to add it to the discussion. Are there any comments? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Corse,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
No.
Mayor Middleton.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
All right. With that, the next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and the general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later this evening. City Clerk, do we have any registered speakers?
Yes, ma'am. And if you give me just a moment, I'll queue up the caller.
Okay.
Clark Stahl, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Clark Staley, and I'm with the State's Employment Development Department. On behalf of Riverside County, I'd like to thank the City of Palm Springs and its council members for supporting the Valleywide Expo, which we believe is important to job seekers and our local economy. The expo will be held September 28th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Fantasy.
Mr. Staley?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm listening at the same time. The expo will be held September 28th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Fantasy Springs Casino in its special event center and is open to all. The free event will feature dozens of local employers with positions available here locally. No cost pre-expo workshops will be held September 22nd at the Workforce Development Center in Indio. Workshop registration and more information about the event, including a partial list of employers, can be found at www.desertjobexpo.com. Thank you again to the city, the council, and its people for your support and patience.
Thank you. Stephen Moses, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments and you may begin.
I won't take 2 minutes. Good evening, members of the council and Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor. This is Steve Moses. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. As a member of the districting task force, I agreed that you were undercompensated. We made several suggested prototypes for your consideration to correct that for future council members and mayors. Those are not absolute. What is absolute is the time and energy required of you now will discourage many future potential applicants from applying for the job. They may even become political opponents, but let's entice the best opponents, not only the rich and retired. Let's attract everybody. Let's pay them, if not you, fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Soto, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments and you may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Naomi Soto, and I just wanted to call and give my support to the raising of council salaries. I think this is a great start, and I think if we want to stay competitive to get good public service employees, as well as really solid candidates for council, that we really need to value that work and pay accordingly. I hope that it's not another, 11 years. No, more than that. It was 2007. So too many years since the last time this was considered, and we create a process where we're reviewing regularly the salary and valuation of the public service experience of being on council. I hope this passes with full support, because I think this is something that will benefit potential residents throughout the district. And I'd also just say, if it ever seems like inappropriate or someone's uncomfortable, people can always forego their salary. So thank you very much, and I really appreciate the support. Bye.
Thank you. Kathy Warmick, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments and you may begin.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm speaking on both 1T and 3C. I wanted to express my support for the feasibility studies for inclusionary housing and the commercial nexus studies. These studies are really important tools that will help you create an affordable housing policy, which is something that the city sorely needs. The other item I wanted to speak on is 3C. I was a co-chair of the CVRA working group, and we presented you with various options for increasing council salaries, which we saw as an issue of equity. I want to encourage you to move forward with the recommendations from your last meeting and approve an increase of the council salaries. The move that you had recommended, which was increasing the salaries going back to 2007 to the CPI indexes, is a really good step to move this forward. I'd also like to encourage you to choose the 25% increase option for the mayor. I think we've seen in the last 3 years of COVID that being mayor of Palm Springs is much more than a ceremonial job, and it has required extraordinary work from then Mayor Kors, Mayor Holstitch, and now Mayor Middleton. So I would also encourage you to do that. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Aftab Dada, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments and you may begin. Mr. Dada.
Yes, I'm here, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Aftab Dada, the Hilton Palm Springs, over 3 decades, resident of Palm Springs. I'm speaking
Mr. Dada, your audio has cut out a little bit. If you don't mind, I'll give you a call back and see if we can get a better connection.
Thank you.
Aftab Dada, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor. Aftab Dada, resident for past
Mr. Dada, I'm sorry. We are losing connection. If you give me just a moment. All right, Aftab Dada, you're live with the City Council. Please begin your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm speaking this evening on item number 3C, managing the Hilton for over 3 decades. I wish to reiterate my support for increasing the compensation for Palm Springs City Council members. Specifically, I urge increasing council compensation to $64,480 per year. This figure equates to minimum annual salary for California exempt employees. The $41,600 recommended by staff is an unrealistic low amount. Staff has simply applied the CPI index to the 2007 compensation level. The fact is the 2007 council compensation was too low, and increasing 2000 compensation by the CPI only produces another inappropriately low compensation figure. Also, I suggest increasing the car allowance for council members. A monthly auto allowance of $400 is not fair. Staff should apply the same CPI multiplier to compute an appropriate monthly auto allowance as well. In addition, I request that consideration be given to providing a $200 premium for council members who purchase or lease electric or qualified alternate energy vehicles. Council members are absolutely inundated with requests from constituents. Responding to this request alone is a full-time job. Therefore, I'm also recommending the staff assistant be hired for city council members to increase the effectiveness for our council. Increasing the compensation for our city council members to match the minimum compensation for California exempt employees, as well as providing appropriate council support staff is the right thing to do for our city and those individuals who dedicate so much of themselves to protect and enhance the quality of life in Palm Springs. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Lex Ortega, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Palm Springs resident here, co-chair of the California Voting Rights Act Working Group for the city, calling in support of the staff recommendation for 3C. I'm an individual who works in a service-oriented field at a nonprofit agency here, so I intimately understand the difficulties in identifying candidates when wage conditions are below market and private sector rates. Of course, as you know, that's why we do what we do, right? Because of the service. But the difference with y'all's position is the acute level of power that you hold. It's one of the reasons why so many retired and independently wealthy people have successfully reigned on this body. So I hope that you can find the right balance between the power that your position affords you and you being a public servant, right? And wage is one component of that. As my co-chair, Kathy Wormick, noted, and also Naomi, we hope that future council members who do not rely on extra compensation or wages for their living expenses decide to forego the salary. This vote would not be for those people who do not need it, right? This vote would be for the most impacted people, for the sweat equity work of potential candidates from underrepresented and underinvested communities, Black, working class, and other candidates. So I know this decision might be hard. Again, I will say perhaps this decision around compensation would be easier if the city had stronger policies and programs that provided material support for our residents, our working poor, our young families, our renters, our hospitality and domestic workers across the city. So this is all tied together. I really hope that the city is thinking long-term to support diverse candidates from diverse populations. Thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, that concludes our list.
Okay, thank you to all who provided public comment. The next item is the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following item, which was removed for separate discussion, and that is item 1G. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. I see no call for discussion. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Holstitch?
Yes.
Councilmember Corse?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Have they called me? Did we lose them?
Maybe we lost them.
Madam City Clerk, we seem to have lost you.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Then we will move to item 1G, which was pulled by the Mayor Pro Tem. That's Conservation Alternative Plan for Overseeding of city parks. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure. Councilmember Holstitch, did you want to? Sure. Or, well, we'll both have things to say. So
Right.
I wanted to pull this just because I had some questions about it. I don't know if we need a necessarily need a staff report, but just a brief overview. This is about overseeding what areas we would be, sorry, I'm saying this wrong. This is about drought measures and which areas of the park we would lay dormant and which areas of the park we would convert to non-turf. And so there's photos of the different parks and the different areas that would go dormant for this drought time and the other areas that would be converted to desert landscape. And I just had some concerns about some of the parks and kind of whether or not the turf conversions are the best idea for us long-term. I am very supportive, obviously, of keeping the dormant during these drought conditions, but I'm curious if it's possible for us to look a little bit further at the actual areas that we convert long-term, especially in light of us talking about doing a parks master plan coming up in these next several months, and wanting to make sure that our residents still have some access to space where they can sit and picnic or whatever it is at our parks. So that's kind of what I wanted to raise. And Councilmember Holstich, I know you had some comments too.
Councilmember Holstich, please.
Thank you. I agree with those, and I wanted to pull this item too. I alerted Mayor Pro Tem of that ahead of this meeting, which is the only council member I spoke to. Just wondering staff's analysis. I know it's from a 2015 plan of what was going to be left dormant this season, but just wondering if we analyze that with the Parks and Rec Commission or with Parks and Rec staff, knowing the usage of the parks, which areas to remain turf, which areas, why the justification for which areas are converting, and especially just a sense of like equity or like master park planning of where there are open grass areas in our community. There's a significant amount being converted at Desert Highlands, Highland Park. And so I'm just wondering like how that analysis we can explain and justify to the community. I know this is a receive and file item, and that, a lot of it was with implementation with DWA and other agencies, and their committee approved this plan. And this is a receive and file to this council. So maybe if staff could talk just about the input that we might receive from the community in future planning on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Teresa Gallivan, Assistant City Manager. And you're right, Mayor Pro Tem, the purpose of tonight's agenda item is to advise council and the public that daytime watering will be taking place this fall from mid-September through November in city parks. And that's necessary to establish seasonal grass, basically overseeding. The areas that have been identified for overseeding are in the attached maps are regularly utilized for recreation activities by leagues and the community. We did look at it again anew with our Parks and Recreation Director and the team. And we have preserved these so the community does have access to recreational turf this fall. But we are, again, being compliant with water regulations and has been approved by DWA. But we do have next steps, and I think those will answer many of your questions and for the community. The next steps will be for us to work with our landscape contractors to develop conceptual designs for the turf conversions. And then those designs will be presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission for review. And staff can come back to council when we are actually requesting approval to move forward with the actual conversions. In terms of timelines, we anticipate that this would happen in December, January. Conversions would take place in 2023, and it would take approximately 2 years. We have some funding budgeted for this, but it will be over a period of a couple years. And also to answer your questions of equity, we did look at making sure that we were spreading out conversions across all parks and not focusing on any particular areas, but trying to fairly distribute that. And our Parks and Recreation Director, Yvonne Weiss, is on as well to answer any additional questions, but I hope that helped address your questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful. I'm all for, like I said, moving forward with a plan that's addressing all of these climate change issues that we need to address. But just wanting to be a little bit more involved in before we actually do these bigger changes, especially in light of our upcoming Parks Master Plan. So I appreciate that, and that's fine with me otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I'm hearing correctly, before we would actually remove any turf, it will be reviewed with the Parks and Recreation Commission. And if there's a need to come back and get further guidance from City Council, you're very prepared to do so. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If there's no further discussion, is there a roll call, a motion to approve?
So moved.
And is
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Corse,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstitch,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So the next items are going to be our public hearings. The first item is 2A, a public hearing for the conduct of a special election and introduction of an ordinance authorizing the levy of special taxes within annexation number 24 to the Community Facilities District number 2005-1, Public Safety Services. May we have a staff report, please?
And Mayor, if I can, before the staff report, I need to recuse on this item, me and my assistant, for a financial conflict. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Joel Montalvo, City Engineer. The staff reports for the following two public hearings are essentially the same as they relate to the annexation of two properties into Community Facilities District 2005-1. CFD 2005-1 was established in 2005 by the council to levy special taxes on certain properties identified as fee status within the city and that are not allottee, leased, or tribal trust properties. The levy on the properties provides the city a financial mechanism to sustain the delivery of public safety services to new residential developments located within those properties. As new residential developments within the reservation on fee status lands are approved by the city, they are conditioned to annex into CFD 2005-1. So annexation number 24 is for tract 38049, a residential development consisting of 8 single-family residences. And the next public hearing is for annexation number 25, and it's for tract 38416, a residential development consisting of 12 multi-family condominiums. So staff recommends that the City Council conduct the public hearings and approve the annexations. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Joel, is it your recommendation that we vote on these separately or that we have discussion and vote on them jointly?
I believe you should do it separately, as Councilmember Holstitch recused herself from this one, and I don't believe she recused herself from the second one. So they should be handled separately. I just gave the staff report because it's essentially the same staff report.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing no questions at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
We have no registered speakers for this item.
All right. Public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from council? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, we need to conduct the election.
Actually, for clarification, it'd be appropriate to adopt the first resolution that's listed as recommendation number 2. If that resolution is passed, then it would be appropriate to conduct the election. If that election is in favor of annexing, then the council would consider adoption of the resolution and ordinance that are listed as items 4 and 5. So it's a 2-step process.
All right, thank you. So motion to approve? I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Corse,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0 with 1 recusal.
And we now hold the election. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes. And this is a mailed election, so the city clerk's office should have the results of the election, should announce them.
Mayor Middleton and City Council, after counting the ballots and canvassing the election, the authorized representatives of the respective landowners entitled to vote have voted yes to authorize the proposed annexation.
Right. Then we move to the next item, which is a public hearing for the conduct of a special election and introduction authorizing the levy of special taxes within the annexation number 25 to the Community Facilities District 2005-1 Public Safety Services. We have already received the staff report. Mr. Montalvo, is there anything to add to your previous report?
Nothing further to add.
Mayor, if I might, I apologize. On the last annexation, there's still 2 items. They can be done in one motion, but it would be to adopt the resolution and introduce the ordinance. So if we can go back to annexation number 24 real quickly.
All right, then we will go back to 2A.
So it'd be appropriate at this point to accept a motion to adopt the resolution declaring the results of the annexation election and introduce the ordinance that actually levies a special tax.
All right. As you stated.
Is that a motion, Mayor?
It is a motion.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton,
Aye.
Councilmember Corse,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0 with 1 recusal.
Right. City Attorney, I know that we have to be very careful with this process. So if you would guide us to the next step, please.
Yes, so now it would be appropriate to go on to the next agenda item, number 25, and I believe Councilmember Holt can come in. Again, this is the same process. Hold the public hearing, adopt the first resolution, then the city clerk will announce the results of the election. And then once that election result is announced, then the council can adopt the second resolution and the ordinance.
All right, very good. We did, Mr. Montalvo, is there anything additional you would like to add to your previous staff report?
No additional information to add.
All right, and are there any questions for staff? Seeing none at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak.
Dennis, can you hear me?
Yeah, Councilmember Woods. Yes, we can hear you, Councilmember Woods.
Can you hear me?
We can.
No, I'm losing you in and out, so I'm going to shut my video off.
All right, thank you. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any comments?
We have no registered speakers.
Public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from the council? Seeing none, we will now move to a motion And I will make the motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton,
Aye.
Councilmember Corse. Councilmember Corse,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstitch,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. Councilmember Woods. I think we may have lost Councilmember Woods. Or can you hear me? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, thank you. City Attorney, is it now appropriate to open the election, or do you need to make a Prop 218 statement?
At this point, it'd be appropriate for the city clerk's office to announce the results of the election, and assuming those are in favor, then it would be appropriate to come back to council for adoption of the second resolution and the ordinance.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Middleton and City Council, after counting the ballots and canvassing the election, the authorized representatives of the respective landowners entitled to vote have voted yes to authorize the proposed annexation.
All right, thank you. And do we now need to take another vote?
Yes.
I'll move this vote. Second.
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstitch,
Yes.
Councilmember Corse,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. Councilmember Woods. Motion carries 4-0.
Give him just a moment. He's connecting. Councilmember Woods.
I'm here. There we go. I have to use cellular data. Okay. There we go.
Okay, Councilmember Woods, would you like to vote?
Oops, did I lose you again?
Councilmember Woods?
Yes, I can hear you.
We're taking a vote to approve the second resolution and ordinance.
Yes, I vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. City Attorney, what's the next step?
So those two annexations are complete at this point. So it'd be appropriate to go move on to public hearing item 2C.
All right, thank you. And thanks to the public for bearing with us as we go through these processes that require multiple votes on essentially similar issues. Item 2C, a public hearing regarding proposed increases to solid waste services rates and approval of an amended and restated franchise agreement for solid waste collection services between the City of Palm Springs and Palm Springs Disposal Service. I'd like to ask for a staff report, please.
Madam Mayor, as part of this hearing, we need to go through some specific steps. With that, I'd like to introduce Joanna Jin, our attorney from Best & Krieger, who has assisted with this process. We do have a specific script for this, and with that, if I could have the city clerk go ahead.
Yes, Flynn. Notice of the Prop 218 public hearing on the solid waste rates was mailed to the addresses of all customers of Palm Springs Disposal Services and the property owners of parcels receiving solid waste disposal services in Palm Springs on July 11th, 2022, over 45 days prior to this Prop 218 public hearing. The city mailed 29,139 notices.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, Madam Mayor, we will turn it over to the city attorney to lay out the groundwork on this public hearing. So with that, Ms. Jen, if you would go ahead and begin.
Thank you, Flynn. This Proposition 218 hearing was set in compliance with Proposition 218 to ensure maximum transparency and out of an abundance of caution. The city voluntarily subjected the proposed maximum rates to the Prop 218 procedures and does not concede their applicability to privately provided solid waste services. That being said, the city mailed a notice of this Prop 218 public hearing to any record owner whose property is subject to the imposition of the proposed rates and charges, and any customers of record who are not property owners. As the city clerk noted, the date and time of this Prop 218 hearing is not less than 45 days after the city mailed the notice. The purpose of the Prop 218 public hearing is for the city council to hear all oral testimony regarding the proposed increases to maximum solid waste rates. It is also held to determine whether there is a majority protest to the proposed rates and whether to proceed with the adoption of the proposed rates and the amended and restated franchise agreement with Palm Springs Disposal Service. Property owners and tenants are not required to provide oral testimony at tonight's Proposition 218 hearing. If they wish, they may simply submit their written protest directly to the city clerk, indicating their opposition to the proposed rates. However, if anyone wishes their proposed protest to be counted, they must submit a written protest prior to the close of the Prop 218 public hearing tonight. The Prop 218 public hearing will be closed after the City Council has heard and considered all oral testimony on these items. Oral comments made today do not qualify as written protests. Again, if anyone wished to submit a written protest this evening before the hearing closes, they must hand deliver a written protest to the city clerk at the council chambers here. If written protests against the proposed rates are presented by owners comprising a majority of the identified parcels upon which the charges are to be imposed, or a majority of tenants directly liable for the payment of the charges, the city council may not impose the rates. If there is no majority protest, the city council may impose the rates. There are 29,139 parcels in the city. Only one protest per parcel will be counted, regardless if the protest was submitted by the owner of the parcel or the tenant. In order for a majority protest to exist, the city would need to receive 14,571 protests against the increase.
Thank you. Question, Ms. Chen, given that we are meeting remotely and council chambers are closed, if someone wished to present a written protest before the public hearing is closed, would they be able to then present it to City Hall at the front desk?
They would be able to do that.
Right.
Madam Mayor, if I can just note for the record, we do have a staff member out at the chamber just in case anyone was to deliver a protest.
Madam Clerk, you're ahead of me as usual. Thank you. With that, may we have the staff report, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, if you'll just give me a moment to share my screen. I also have with me Mr. Chris Cunningham of Palm Springs Disposal Service, who will be joining me in this presentation this evening. What I would like to do is just give a little bit of background for the benefit of the public in terms of the steps that we've been through to discuss this rate increase and changes to the franchise agreement. These modifications are relative to the passage of new legislation by the state relative to the collection of organic waste. With this does require us to provide additional services to residents. We've discussed the rate increase and the proposed modifications to the franchise agreement over several city council meetings, starting with the May 26th meeting and continuing on through the month of June. As I had indicated, the changes are brought about by changes in state law relative to the collection of organic waste. And what residents will see as the primary difference is instead of 2 containers, that being for both trash and recycling, they will now have a mandatory 3rd container, which will include both green waste and organic waste collected together. In terms of the proposed rate increase, as I had mentioned, the increase is related to the additional services that will be provided. Palm Springs Disposal Service did prepare a rate proposal to address these additional costs, which were discussed at our meetings earlier this year. In addition, the city engaged an independent consultant to analyze that rate proposal. With that, they provided direction to City Council on the rates that were proposed by Palm Springs Disposal Service. Palm Springs Disposal Service initially started with a residential rate of $26.61. Based on direction from City Council and doing some additional look at the numbers, Palm Springs Disposal Service was able to reduce that to $25.93. In terms of modifications to the franchise agreement, in addition to addressing the additional services, our attorney has also incorporated additional language relative to best practices. We've attempted to eliminate ambiguity of the existing agreement, address changes in state law. And so the changes include some of the following. As I had mentioned, we've changed the scope of the agreement not only to address composting and organic waste, but community composting as well. We've also changed the scope of collection services to address the collection of organic waste. We've made some changes in terms of any future requests for extraordinary rate increases. We've increased the insurance coverage that would be required for Palm Springs Disposal Service. We've added language relative to performance review, which is required in 3 years, and the ability to require additional reviews as may be warranted. And then finally, we've added language relative to liquidated damages, and this is to address compliance with new state law for organic waste collection. And so those are the proposed changes to the franchise agreement itself. One of the items that we had left for council to provide direction on is relative to a discount program, which we discussed at the council meeting of June the 30th. We've come back with the framework for the discount program. This is being funded by Palm Springs Disposal Service. They have offered to donate $25,000 annually to this discount program, which is intended to help offset the additional costs for low-income residents. In terms of the program itself, we modeled this after the CARE program that is offered for utilities, and that applicants who are at 200% of the federal poverty level will qualify for this discount program. The discount applications or the requests for the discount will be reviewed and approved by city staff. We may choose to involve a consultant to assist us depending on the number of applications that are received. In terms of the discount itself, Palm Springs Disposal Service will credit the account of the applicants. And so what that will result in is basically a reduced bill each month for the disposal services. The one item that we have left for council direction is relative to the amount of the proposed discount. As you may recall, when we discussed this at the June 30th meeting, we presented a number of different discount programs offering discount rates on utilities and similar services for anywhere between 10% up to 30%. In terms of looking at how many customers we can serve with the $25,000 in annual funding, you can see from this table that obviously a lower discount rate will be able to serve more customers. A higher discount rate would provide those customers who are in greater need with a greater discount. And so that's one of the things that we will ask for direction from City Council this evening is relative to the discount rate. We would recommend a rate of between 10% to 20% in order to serve the most amount of customers. And so we will ask for your direction on that. What I would like to do now is to turn the presentation over to Chris Cunningham from Palm Springs Disposal Service. Chris will discuss the rollout of the services and introduce new staff, which will assist us in carrying out this program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris. And Chris, I'll just remind you to indicate to me when to advance the next slide. So Chris.
Very good. Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff, and any residents are joining us remotely. Thank you very much for the time. Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick update on where we're at with the rollout of 1383 as far as our carts, containers, assembly, and when we're going to be dispersing those out into the field. Of course, introducing new staff and explaining the role of our new recycling ambassadors that will be in charge of outreach and education as required by 1383. So we'll just move right into the next slide. So right now, currently, we are having carts delivered at our temporary assembly site, and that's at the city's corporate yard on Civic Drive. So right now, we've got about 10,000 carts there right now, looking to get about another 5,000. And then September 6th, next week, we will begin assembly of those containers, which basically is pretty simple. It's just putting the axles and wheels on them and then putting the brochures on them. The last 2 weeks of September, we'll be distributing those carts to the customers with the guidelines attached, those brochures that will have all of the information that they need on there. The important note here is that October 3rd, Monday, the collection begins community-wide for organics collection. Next, please. Next, some new staff introductions. We want to put some faces to the names. I think most of you have met Liz already. She's been with us for a while. This is Liz Hernandez. She is our environmental coordinator. She's been in the field quite a bit. She's been attending community events, community organizations. She's a regular at 1PS, and you'll see her in the field a lot as she is heading up our program, our 1383 program. Next. This is our first recycling ambassador. This is Jamie Cannon. She's been with us for about a month and a half now. She's been very active in the field already. It's kind of a learn as you go experience, but very happy to be with us. We're very excited. She's been an excellent addition. Next. And this is Daniel Rodriguez, our second recycling ambassador. Both of these ambassadors will be out in the field 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. You'll be seeing a lot of them. So I just want to, give you the faces to the names here. Next. And I just wanted to talk about their role, outreach. This is really the name of the game. It's outreach and education every day from now on. We're going to promote recycling through social media, distribution of educational materials, community organizations, and community events. You will see us kind of all over the place and everywhere. Conducting site visits. This is something on a daily basis as well we'll be conducting. Educate commercial customers, their staff, and giving presentations and virtual meetings. And then most importantly, this monitoring it's a requirement of 1383. It requires us to review containers, discreetly monitor carts and bins for proper sorting. You can see, we want to give you a visual of kind of what's going on here. So on the left, you can see a recycling ambassador taking a peek in the trash container to make sure there's really not any contaminants in there. Then the picture to the right, you can see that we're visiting property owners to educate them on the proper sorting practices if needed. And then I think most importantly, I really want to make this a focal point. It's that QR code in the middle there between the pictures. This is going to be really the focal point of our outreach and education. You can simply use your mobile device, click on it, and it'll send you directly to our webpage where you can see what is acceptable, what is not acceptable in the trash, organics, and recycling containers. As things change so much, we thought this was important to have. Instead of changing a lot of written material, it was just much more practical to use something like this. It's something easy for someone to use. It will be on every newsletter, all of the educational materials that are going out, on the carts that are going out. So you'll see this kind of everywhere. It's also in bilingual as well. So I wanted to mention that part. So with that, thank you very much. That concludes my part.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. With that, Madam Mayor, we are available for your questions. We have Ms. Jin with Best and Krieger to answer any questions you might have about the franchise agreement or the public hearing that we're conducting this evening. Mr. Cunningham with any questions about the rate proposal or implementation strategy and dates. And then finally, I'm happy to answer any questions about the discount program. So with that, Madam Mayor, I return it to you.
All right, thank you. I will now ask City Council if there are any clarifying questions of staff before I open the Prop 218 public hearing. Councilmember Coors, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Holstage, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Mayor.
And Councilmember Woods, do you have any questions?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner, do you have any questions?
I do regarding the discount program. Is this the appropriate time?
I believe it is.
Yes.
Okay. Flynn, just curious, do you have a sense of how many customers may take advantage of that program if you're looking at the other similar programs?
Yes and no. Palm Springs Disposal Service has put together some numbers in terms of the possible number of customers who could apply for the program. It could be anywhere upwards of 4,000, if I remember correctly. And so the $25,000 that we have obviously wouldn't be able to serve all of those customers. What we would like to do, though, is to serve as many customers in need as possible. And so that's where we really need the input of the City Council in terms of the selected discount rate. One of the things that I'd also like to suggest is that perhaps in future years for the city budget, if the city wanted to allocate additional funding to the discount program, that's certainly something that we can look at. But I think going through this first year will give us a good idea of how many customers are in need. And with that, we can then assess how many we may want to approach this program in the future.
And just to follow up on that, would we be able to, say we exhausted the 25,000, would we be able to add more funds to that, just at any point this year?
We would need to do that through council action and looking at the budget. That may be a possibility. But again, we would need to take a look at the budget and where those funds might come from.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Lynn, is it appropriate for us to weigh in at this point as to whether or not we believe the 10, 20, or 30% discount is appropriate, or is that action to be taken later?
What I might suggest, and Ms. Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, let's go ahead and conduct the Proposition 218 public hearing first. And then following that, we'll have a discussion on the discount percentage rate as we will modify your approving resolution with that rate included.
Right, thank you. I have one clarifying question for Mr. Cunningham. QR codes, there are generational disparities in terms of how broadly QR codes are accepted. Could you provide some assurance to us old folk that we will also be able to get that information?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Our newsletters will be going out quarterly. So those are going to be out there. And then, of course, if you attend any kind of organization or community event or any community organization, will always be there with a lot of literature as well.
All right, thank you. Before opening the Prop 218 public hearing, I would like to announce that the Prop 218 public hearing will be conducted in the following manner. I will open the Prop 218 public hearing for any person wishing to speak on this item. Questions will not be answered during the Prop 218 public hearing. After all oral testimony has been heard, I will close the Prop 218 public hearing and ask the city clerk to tally the protests. As previously mentioned, only those written protests submitted prior to the close of the Prop 218 public hearing will be counted. I will now declare the Prop 218 public hearing open. We will hear from anyone who wishes to speak. Please note that in addition to the Prop 218 public hearing, this item includes the potential introduction of a resolution to adopt an amended and restated franchise agreement and solid waste rate increases. Anyone wishing to provide public comment on this resolution should do so at this time as well. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have no registered speakers.
Okay. Thank you. This is now the deadline for any written protests to be permitted. Once the Prop 218 public hearing is closed, there will be no additional written protests accepted. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone wishing to present a protest at this time?
Mayor, I can confirm all protests have been received and we have no additional protests.
All right. And have you accepted all written protests?
Yes, there were 7 protests received prior to the close of the Prop 218 public hearing.
Okay. I will now declare the Prop 218 public hearing closed. City Clerk, please advise, and you just did, the number of protests received prior to the close of the Prop 218 public hearing.
Yes, Mayor, there were 7 protests received prior to the close of the hearing, and a majority protest has not been reached.
All right. So this now concludes the Prop 218 process. The city clerk may now proceed to consider the resolution adopting the amended and restated franchise agreement and the solid waste rate increases. As a reminder, the time for public comment has ended. Do any members of the City Council wish to speak or to call on staff for any clarification with respect to the proposed ordinances? Councilmember Coors. Do you wish?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Holstich.
I'd just like to thank Palm Springs Disposal Service and Mr. Cunningham. Is this the appropriate time to do that? Madam Mayor, I believe this is the last chance for council members to speak, correct?
I think so.
Thank you. You asked for clarifying, so I wasn't sure. I just want to thank Mr. Cunningham and Palm Springs Disposal Service. Thank you. We know this has been a long process. We appreciate you working with us. I really appreciate the work that you've done to make sure everything's bilingual and that you work with us on this low income program. Really just want to applaud your leadership and thank you so much. We know it hasn't been an easy process and it's been hard to figure out this new process and just thank you for everything that you've done for our community, you and your family and your staff for decades and decades, and we appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to our staff and BBK and everyone involved in this massive effort.
Actually, I stand corrected. We will have one more opportunity for comments from council.
Thank you. I said my piece. Thank you.
You did. Councilmember Woods, do you have any clarifying questions at this point?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh.
Yeah. No. Okay. That was it. Negative. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, any additional questions?
No, thank you.
And I have none. Flynn, I believe I turn it over to you at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Holstage indicated there are thank yous that are deserved. Ms. Jin for assisting us in this process, Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Kuzak from Palm Springs Disposal Service, and also Tracy Sheldon from sustainability staff, who has been doing the majority of the work in coordinating this. So just wanted to thank them as well. With that, Madam Mayor, the point now is relative to the discount rate for the discount program to be offered to low-income residents. As I had mentioned, based on comparisons with other discount programs, we've seen anywhere from 10% to 30%. Staff would recommend something along the lines of 10% to 20% in order to serve the greatest number of residents. But with that, we will take your questions and discussion relative to the discount amount.
Thank you, Flynn. Are there any questions, comments, or proposals from council regarding what the discount amount should be? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for making this happen. I know when I first asked about it, was a heavy lift, so I really appreciate that everyone was able to get it going. I'm interested in, like Flynn said, in assisting the most people, but it's also hard to say what exactly is going to be the best amount. So I'm interested in 10 or 15%, I think, so that we can still help a good chunk of people. And I am interested in finding out if council is willing to consider adding additional funds should this program really take off and we have a lot of people participating in it. It's just hard to say what kind of impact this will have.
Councilmember Course.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Garner. I think I was in the around 15 to 20% because we do want to help more people, but I think if we get more people than that, I'd like to see us, at least match that amount, for now, and if we need, and open to going up more. But I think the more we can do to help really people who are struggling to pay the bills, and we don't know how the economy is going to be, the better. So I don't know if we do that now or if we run out of money, but I would support setting aside additional money now if that's appropriate.
Any other comments? So, if I understood correctly, we've established $25,000 total. I think that's an appropriate place for us to start, but I am certainly open as this program matures to reconsidering and increasing the total amount.
So I don't know if it's for the city attorney or Flynn or who, what would be the right way to do that, right? So we don't want a situation, I speak for myself, I don't want a situation where all of a sudden so many people apply that we don't have funding. Can we set aside money now if needed, or do you prefer coming back at such time it's needed?
I would recommend that we come back later at such time as needed. Again, that would be a separate budget discussion. We'd have to look at where that money would come from and what other programs would be deferred in order to put money into this program. And so I'd recommend that it be a separate discussion. Let us assess, after we receive the first number of applications, the success of the program, and come back to council at that point and report to you on the program itself and what we might want to do for the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we want, I'm hearing 15 to 20%. Do we want to adopt one of those numbers at this point, or defer to staff to come back to us with something within that range? Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. I just ask if staff has a recommendation between 15 and 20. I looked at the numbers and thought maybe 20 might be appropriate. It's a middle ground and, enough people. We don't know what the subscription rate or sign-on rate will be, but I just wanted to ask staff if there's a recommendation between those two.
That's a good question. Ideally, we would like to offer a 20% rate, but it does limit the number of customers we can serve. What I might suggest is 15% will still offer a bit of impact for those who take advantage of the program. And so 15% might be the ideal place to start for this year. Again, we can report on the program to you at a later date in terms of the number of participants. And as we look at perhaps additional funding for the program, we can also look at modifying the rate at that time as well, if that's something that you would like to do. So again, I'd recommend that we start with 15%.
Thank you. I'll support that recommendation.
Is there a second?
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Madam Mayor? If I may, I just wanted to state that Section 6 of the resolution does have a placeholder for that percentage to be inserted. So whatever council decides, the action would be to approve the resolution as amended.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call on the 15% discount?
Councilmember Holstich?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So, and at this time, Flynn, I believe we're to the final comments from City Council. Is that correct?
Yes, we could go ahead and adopt the resolution as amended at this point in time, Madam Mayor.
And do I need to go through each member of council to see if they have any additional comments?
You might do that, yes.
All right. Last comments, and I'll start with Councilmember Coors.
No, thank you everyone so much for all your work on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Holstich, anything to add to your said comments before?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Woods?
No, I just want to thank the disposal service for working with people who are low income. Thank you very much.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
All right. And it's been said very well, and I agree with all of it. Thank you. With that, may I have a motion to adopt the resolution as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Holstich?
Yes.
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Lynn, City Clerk, have we completed item 2C then?
Yes, Madam Mayor, you have.
All right, then we will move on to the next part of our agenda, which is our legislative issues, and we will start with item 3A.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I believe we have one more public hearing.
Okay, can you?
An appeal by New Church, LLC.
Excuse me, we definitely do. My apologies, my agenda was out of order. Okay, yes, an appeal by New Church. And Madam Clerk, could you read off that item, please?
Sure. This is an appeal by New Church LLC of the decision by the Planning Commission to deny a time extension involving a major architectural application and conditional use permit.
Staff report, please.
Madam Mayor and members of council, I'll share my screen in just a moment. So as has been indicated, this is an appeal of a request for an extension of time for the Orchid Tree development. The application for an extension of time is relative to a conditional use permit for a restaurant and spa at the proposed hotel, as well as the major architectural application to renovate the historic structures, build new buildings, and operate a 74-room hotel facility. The project was originally approved back in May of 2020 as it currently exists. There is a 2-year limit on the approval of entitlements. And so with that, the applicant filed an extension of time request in order for them to complete the process of obtaining building permits and to begin construction. The Planning Commission reviewed the extension of time request on July the 13th and voted 6-0 to deny the application. The applicant then filed an appeal, which is before you this evening. Relative to the project itself, just as a reminder, the Orchid Tree Inn site occupies the entire block between Bellardo Road and Cahuilla Road and includes the historic community church at the corner of Cahuilla and Baristo, as well as the bungalows immediately south of it. It also incorporates the rest of the site to the north. Renderings of the site include the following. This is the community church building as it would be renovated under the proposed entitlements, and views of the interior of the site and the exterior of the site here. With the proposed extension of time request, the applicant has also requested some changes to the approved entitlements. However, none of these changes increase the scope of the project. They don't increase the room number or anything in that manner. There are some minor changes to additions and to exteriors, etc. With those changes, staff would recommend that those items be reviewed by the Architectural Review Committee and the Historic Site Preservation Board. Those reviews could occur concurrently with the building permit review, which is currently in process. In terms of an extension of time application, there are 7 findings that need to be made according to our zoning code. And so staff reviewed those 7 findings relative to the proposed project and forwarded our report to the Planning Commission. Staff had recommended approval of the extension of time based on our assessment of compliance with those 7 conditions. However, at the Planning Commission meeting, based on all input that was received, the Planning Commission could not make findings number 3, 4, and 5. And those findings are relative to any significant changes to the site plan. As I had mentioned, the applicant did propose some changes. The Planning Commission felt that those were significant changes. Relative to finding number 4, which discusses the maintenance of the site, the Planning Commission found that the site hadn't been properly maintained. And so they had concerns about that. And then finding number 5 is relative to the project being able to obtain building permits within the extended time frame. The Planning Commission, based on the testimony that was given, did not feel that the applicant would be able to obtain those building permits and financing for the project within the appropriate time frame. And so based on those factors, the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to deny. While this is not part of the extension of time request, I do need to remind City Council that there is a separate performance schedule that is adopted as part of their transient occupancy tax agreement. The reason that I bring this up is this is helpful in answering some of the questions that the Planning Commission had relative to the applicant being in compliance and being able to carry out the project. In terms of the amended transient occupancy tax agreement that we have with the applicant, there is a performance schedule which is included as Exhibit C and is included in your attachments. As part of that performance schedule, there are a number of things that the applicant needs to do in terms of maintaining the property and meeting deadlines relative to getting building permits for the project itself. In terms of maintenance of the project, there is a security plan that was adopted as part of the performance schedule that did require fencing to be installed, which the applicant has done. It also required the installation of video cameras and requires on-site security for the property, which the applicant has maintained. In addition, there was the requirement for demolition of some of the existing structures on the site in order to prevent those from being an attractive nuisance. The applicant submitted the building permit or the demolition permit by the date required in the performance schedule. There was a little delay in demolishing those structures based on the necessary approvals from utility companies as part of that demolition. There is also requirement for the preparation and submittal of building permit drawings. The date for that was in June of this year. The applicant did submit that set. There is a requirement for the permit to be issued by the city by October of 2022. However, the applicant does not need to formally pay for those until January of 2023. There is also a requirement for them to provide proof of funding by December of 2022. With that schedule, there was also the anticipation that there would be the need for the applicant to obtain an extension of those entitlements based on the dates of the performance schedule. And so this is something that is necessary for the applicant to comply with their performance schedule as part of the transient occupancy tax agreement. With the plan review, as I had noted, the applicant submitted the building permit set by June of 2022. We had originally anticipated that we would be able to turn around our first set of comments in July. That unfortunately did not happen. The reason for that is it was a rather comprehensive permit application set, which consists of 500 pages of drawings. And with that, it did take our plan reviewers additional time to do that. Based on that delay in terms of getting the first set of comments back to the applicant has requested a 45-day extension in the dates in their performance schedule. And based on the fact that it was city staff responsible for that delay, we would say that the 45-day extension is reasonable for that. So just to conclude my presentation to you, again, staff had originally recommended approval of this extension of time, finding that the criteria had been met. We would also support the applicant's request for a 45-day extension on their performance schedule. With that, that concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this time. And the applicant also has a PowerPoint presentation to share, which they will do as part of their presentation to you. Thank you.
All right. Are there questions for staff? Flynn, let me start with the questions. We've had over time some issues when it comes to maintenance with some inconsistency in terms of how well the property has been maintained. It's your conclusion that at this time they are substantially in compliance when it comes to maintenance of the property?
Yes, as I had indicated, there was a maintenance program that was adopted as part of their TOT amendment and agreement. It is rather comprehensive in terms of the things that it requires the applicant to do. We would suggest that they are in substantial compliance with that.
Are there any recommendations that you would make at this time in order to ensure going forward that the level of maintenance that we see today is maintained?
Yes, absolutely, Mayor. While again, the program is exhaustive, while there isn't anyone on site, the applicant is not on site, it's difficult to always police that in the way that would be preferable for both the city and for residents. One of the things I would recommend that we do is that city staff, consisting of code compliance staff as well as planning staff, meet monthly with the applicant to review compliance with that maintenance program to ensure that we are meeting all of those points. I think by having monthly meetings, we would do a better job in making sure that the property is maintained as well as it should be.
Would it be appropriate for those monthly meetings to include an invitation to the neighborhood organization to be present?
We would be happy to do that if the council would so deem.
Okay. Thank you. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing no other questions at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The applicant is invited to speak for up to 5 minutes. Members of the public will be invited to speak on the public hearing for up to 2 minutes. If there are any public comments, the applicant will receive an additional 2 minutes for rebuttal. Is the applicant prepared to speak this time?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Flynn, for the fine presentation, and thank you, council members, for taking the time to hear this item tonight. As we all know, the New Church 2 LLC entered into a amended milestone and operations covenant with the city of Palm Springs in December of 2021. Ever since entering into that agreement, the applicant remains in good standing, and there are no existing code enforcement violations on the property. A major component of that agreement is the performance schedule, which I'll go through with you right now. Item number 1, confirm that the architect has been engaged. Required on 12/3, satisfied on 12/1. Item 2, architect is certified that the plans are at least 30% complete. Required by 12/3, satisfied on 12/1. Item 3, owner to submit a plan to protect the historical structures while demolition is taking place. Required on 12/1, satisfied 12/1. Item 4, owner to install property screening as approved by the Development Services Director. Required 12/1, satisfied 12/1. Item 5, owner to demolish vacant non-historic structures. Required to be completed 5/1, satisfied 4/24. Item 6, architect to certify that the plans are at least 60% complete. Required by 2/1, satisfied 2/1. Item 7, submit an application to extend the entitlements. Required 3/1, satisfied on 2/28. Item 8, owner to commission a feasibility report by a nationally recognized firm in a mutually agreed upon firm with the city of Palm Springs. Required by 4/15, satisfied on 4/7. Item 9, submit a set of 80% complete construction drawings for plan check review. Required on 6/15, satisfied on 6/13. These are all the milestones that have been required by the applicant to date. And as you can see, they've either all been met on time or ahead of schedule. And in doing so, it obviously has incurred millions of dollars by the applicant. As noted in item 5, the applicant was required to demolish the vacant non-historic structures on the property. What you're looking at here is a picture of the site in its current condition, where you can see that all of these buildings are now gone. After the demolition took place, I received a call from the head of building and safety, where he very politely asked that we proceed forward with some additional demolition not included as part of the milestone agreement. This demolition included sidewalls, trees, etc. Although not required, we gladly performed this demolition and proceeded forward. Here's another image of the site as current. This is from Bellardo facing Cahuilla, where you can see through the site. From here, I'll pass it over to Joshua Goffheim, our land use attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll just finish up the applicant presentation with 2 minutes. Tonight, we're seeking a very straightforward entitlement extension that will allow the hotel to move forward. The council last reviewed the project 9 or 10 months ago when you approved an amendment to the TOT agreement. At that time, there was some uncertainty as to the applicant's requirements to submit building plans in light of the COVID disruptions, but that issue was resolved by the agreement, which allowed additional time to complete the plans, but also imposed all of the additional milestones to ensure that the project was steadily moving forward. The amendment recognized that an extension to the entitlements would be needed and provided that, quote, the city agrees that owners' strict compliance with the milestones shall constitute evidence of good faith efforts toward exercise of the entitlements. And that's the key finding that you need to make tonight in granting the extension. As Jake just reviewed, the applicant has diligently proceeded and has timely met each of the 9 progress milestones due to date. In light of this good faith performance and diligent progress, the Planning Commission's failure to extend the entitlements was not appropriate and should be reversed. Thank you for considering our testimony. We ask to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal, and we ask that you grant the entitlement extension as recommended by planning staff. Thank you.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Seeing that there are no other speakers, the public hearing is now closed, and as there were no public comments, the 2 minutes of rebuttal is not necessary. Are there questions from council for the applicant or any additional follow-up with staff? Councilmember Course.
Great. I'm not sure if this is for the city attorney or Director Fagg, but I just want to clarify. So other than due to circumstances such as taking more time for the city to review complicated plans or issues with utilities, the applicant has met all the deadlines that we put in place.
I believe it's staff's position that they have met those timelines, yes.
Okay. And if they miss any of the timelines moving forward, I think they already used their force majeure provision the one time. So my understanding is they would lose their TOT covenant. Is that how it's set up?
If they don't meet the milestone moving forward, yes.
And if we don't extend the entitlement, which it seems like was the understanding that we would if they met all these, what happens then?
Well, that would most
on our end.
that would most certainly cause the project to not go forward, and I think the applicant has an expectation that the extension would be granted as long as they met their milestones. They could consider possibly litigating that matter, but based on an alleged breach of the TOT covenant. That would be entirely within their control, not ours.
Great. Thank you. Mayor, do you want comments now or just questions? Or
I have one question for Mr. Weintraub.
Yes.
And Mr. Weintraub, Flynn spoke of having a monthly meeting to review maintenance issues at which the neighborhood organization would be invited to attend. Is that acceptable to you?
It's not only acceptable, but I will personally be at that meeting as well. Or those meetings, yes.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council before we move into comments?
Yes, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Councilmember Woods.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the technical problems. The first is for staff. Is there not a, well, I want to know if, I believe that there's a modification to increase the height of the church. And if that's so, does this extension include that? And has that been reviewed by the Planning Commission?
Yes, it does include an addition to the second story, but the church already has a second story. It's extending that. What staff would recommend with these changes that they do be reviewed by both the Architectural Review Committee and the Historic Site Preservation Board. While we don't consider these changes to be substantial, I think it would be appropriate if both boards had the opportunity to review those changes.
And those changes, Flynn, can you just say that's, are they raising the height of the church? Is that what they're?
No, they're not. It's just an addition to the second story, which already exists. So it's not increasing the overall height. There is another building on the site which is gaining a second story, but that's in conformance with the height limits for that particular zone.
Okay. Another question for staff is, the project's had, from what I understand, 2 fires and numerous complaints from the neighbors. And I'm just curious, how do we find that the property has been appropriately maintained when we've had 2 fires at the project?
Is that the question for staff, council member?
Yes, it is.
So in terms of the most recent fire, I believe the applicant was on site within 30 minutes to be able to address that. They did have security staff there. And so, they responded to that very quickly. Relative to some of the other complaints in terms of the fence not being properly maintained, et cetera, our Code Compliance Division has forwarded those comments to the applicant. They have responded to those in doing what was needed to make those repairs. So they have been responsive when staff has requested that they do so. Based on those factors, again, we do find them to be in substantial compliance with the property maintenance requirements that we have in place. If there's anyone who feels that there are still additional things to be done, we'd be more than happy to respond to those and forward those on to the applicant.
And do we know what the developer's record is for completing projects? I believe he might have walked away from a project in India. Do we have any information on that?
I would recommend that the applicant respond to that question.
Great. Then I have some questions for the applicant as well, Mayor. So if that could be the first question to the applicant.
Would you like me to answer that question, Councilperson Woods?
Yes, that'd be great.
So I don't know what project you're referring to that I walked away from in India, because that's just not a correct or true statement. So in the last few years, last year I finished a $100 million shopping center, which is now 100% leased at record market rents in Studio City at the corner of Coldwater and Ventura, which includes flagship tenants like Fred Siegel, Equinox, and Erewhon Market on a 10-acre site in Studio City running along the LA River, again on Ventura Boulevard in Coldwater. I finished a 125-room hotel in Calabasas at the corner of 101 and Las Virgenes, Cambria Suites. We are open only since December of last year, effectively January of this year. The hotel is my hotel as well. And we are already operating at a RevPAR and occupancy well above 100, which means that we're outperforming even our aspirational competitive set and we've become the go-to for Pepperdine, Harbor Freight Tools, and Travelers, etc. So we're doing really well there. I completed a large project in Malibu of a single-family residence that's easy to look up in the Wall Street Journal. I have a confidentiality on it, but it's all disclosed. A home that was sold for $45 million for a 7,000 square foot home that I completely rebuilt. Also, in that same time period, I finished a large apartment project, the renovation of a mobile home park, and several other projects in the couple of years prior to that. And currently, we have several projects on the books and underway and under construction right now as we speak.
Great. I'm going to ask you just a couple more, if you'd indulge me just a second. In these times of increasing interest rates, do you expect you will get financing for this project by the deadline set by City Council, which I believe is December 15th?
That's correct. Well, I could only speak to what my investment banker, who we have hired to go out and get financing, has said. And we're working diligently in the markets as they are, as you said, not just interest rate increases, but there's so many other external challenges as well, as we've seen with a lot of other projects everywhere else. But so far, as of right now, I think that we're looking pretty good. It's all about timing.
Great. And then if you can get bank financing, which you're talking about, how much equity do you expect the bank to require of you?
Banks usually require approximately a project like this about, if this was an apartment building, it would be as little as 15%. But because this is a luxury hotel, I think they require closer to 40% equity requirement of the overall project cost.
And do you have that?
Me, Richard Weintraub, I can't speak for myself because the property is owned by an LLC, which is then owned by, and it's known and been disclosed, Successive Family Trust and others. So I can say that I have not had any interruptions in being able to get financing on any of my current projects.
Okay, all right. So you don't really know if you're able and willing to put equity that the bank requires into the project at this point. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not trying to be difficult or snarky. I'm just saying that I, Richard Weintraub, as an individual, is different than the ownership of the property or the other ownerships that actually are participating. That's the same thing as asking, geez, anyone who's building anything in the city, if they themselves as individuals have the money for the project. But we're very confident in the ability to get financing, and I can't think of a time where we have failed to get financing on a project.
Okay, so you're assuming you're going to get it, but if you don't get it, is the LLC willing to self-finance?
You mean to build the hotel for cash? The LLC does not have all cash to build the project. No.
Okay, but they have the 40 or 50% that's required by the bank for you to get the loan?
It has that, or it has potential access to that, yes.
Okay, great. And the last question is, with an LLC, there's normally a general manager. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay, so you're making all the decisions for the project at this point.
That is correct.
And why the delay?
As far as right now, we've been living up to the terms of the agreement, meaning our milestone agreement. Why has this project taken so long? I could give you a long litany of answers here, but I can say that this is one of the projects that I am most passionate about. I hold this project extremely near and dear to my heart, and trying to build something that has never been built in Palm Springs or in the whole Coachella Valley ever, which is something that I think not only does Palm Springs deserve, but if there's ever an area for something like this in the Coachella Valley, this city block is the absolute main of where something like this belongs. And so it's taken a lot of tweaking. There's been so many issues over the years, from when Margot Wheeler was the planning director to, gosh, just a whole myriad of things. When I first entered into the project, I didn't own the 3 buildings that run from Bilardo to Cahuilla, running along Arenas. Those were all acquired in, I think, 2018, 2019, which involved in a more sensitive redesign of the project and actually a more gentle lowering and spreading out the density of the project. And then also working with our operator, which is Auberge Hotels, which is I think one of the top operators in the United States and certainly in California. They have tremendous input, and things in their end have changed over time as they changed ownership. So that's just where we are today. And we're dealing with, two very significant Class 1 historical buildings. We're dealing with the church, which had a fire on September 16th of 2016. And we're dealing, the fire that happened this year, by the way, it wasn't, and I appreciate Flynn's comment. We were actually on site and our contractor was on site at the church when the fire started. And it was we don't know who it was, so I don't want to cast aspersion, but it was someone. It wasn't nefarious. Like, I don't think anyone intentionally did it, but someone got in there and was doing something wrong and the fire started immediately. But we were actually on site when that happened. So I don't know how that could have been potentially avoided. And then we have the Class 1 historical structures that we're renovating, the 8 bungalows, and just the acquiring of materials from this building's going to be built with, unusual and exotic materials from all over the world, from Morocco, from Riyadh, from different parts of India, from Vietnam. I try not to buy from China, and all kinds of Mexico, Italy. And so there's so much coordination, and our plans for this simple hotel, just our CDs were 500 and something pages with highly detailed. And I believe I heard from some people at the city, hearsay through Jake, that they said our plans were excellent of what they've seen so far, really well done. So I guess I would say anything good takes time, and unfortunately, and I sincerely apologize that this has taken much longer than I would have wanted it to. But that's where we are today, unfortunately.
Thank you for answering that. I applaud you. It's always harder to do adaptive reuse. You seem to be doing something very, very ambitious. Like you said, that you don't believe has been done here before. So I applaud you for that. But, it's also been a rough road for many people surrounding this site. So yes. Thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant or for staff? Councilmember Course.
Richard, I appreciate you going through all those completed projects. In some way, that just frustrates me more, that unlike some of our other stalled projects where the developers really have not built hotels before, you've had a lot of success. So we know you can do this and it hasn't happened. So that just adds to some frustration, although I'm glad you were able to share that. And one other question. So can we just go over the deadline again? Because one thing I have heard from, obviously there's concern from folks on the upkeep, and I think I appreciate Mayor Middleton's question and your commitment to be at those monthly meetings. There's concern on financing. There's always some concern on financing, but is the date January that you have to secure financing? Do you know that, or staff?
Under the agreement right now, I think it says December 15th is milestone 10, I believe.
Okay. So this is more a comment. I think, although several times, I was close to not supporting continuing this, and COVID happened, we set a really strict schedule with milestones, at which point you would lose the TOT incentive, which means this isn't happening realistically without it, and there is no financing without it. And you've met all those, right? And we did that 9 months ago. We're just, I think 3 months, actually, it'll be my last council meeting, December 15th, from when you have to have adequate proof of financing, or we're sort of done. I just feel not to extend the entitlements, given you've achieved all the milestones we as a council set, and we have a hard deadline on financing and every other milestone that we said we wanted seems to me inappropriate and unfair. Because if we weren't going to do this, then we shouldn't have given you those milestones and had you spend all that time and money getting to this point. So while I have reservations and really appreciate the frustration of our residents, especially who live there and the businesses in that area, given what's happened since we set those really strict deadlines with no outs, I can't see not supporting your appeal on this. So that's where I'm coming from, but I always will leave an open mind to hear from the rest of council.
Are there other questions or comments from council? I have a question for Flynn. We've drawn a lot of attention to the December 15 deadline for financing. Could you elaborate on what it is that, from our understanding as a city, is we are due to receive on December 15?
Certainly. Per the schedule, it indicates that on December 15th, the applicant is to obtain approval for a construction loan to finance construction of the project and enter into a construction contract to develop the project. And so those are the two things that are required of the applicant on December 15th. The applicant would need to provide proof to the city of those two items.
All right. So those are two, as I would understand this, extremely important milestones to be achieved. And once they have been achieved, from a staff standpoint, things can still go wrong, but we're looking at a project that we would have reason to believe is going to move forward. Is that correct?
That would be correct. Between the proof of financing in December and payment for the impact fees and building permits in January, those are the two critical items that indicate that the project is moving forward.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just very quickly clarify that staff did recommend our request for the 45-day extension because of the plan check delays. And that is that does affect the financing because the lender requires that the plans be permit ready and through plan check before they will finish their underwriting. So we just want to clarify that with staff's recommendation, that December 15th date would actually be something like February 1st.
My apologies, correct. If the extension of time is granted and the extension on the performance dates is also granted by City Council, that would push that date to February the 1st.
All right. Mr. Weintraub, is February 1st doable?
Well, one thing that Councilperson Woods asked earlier that I think is kind of germane to this is the money, right? I'm passionate about this project, but I'm also an economic animal. This project is not built to lose money. And I myself have been writing significant checks in the 7 figures to move this project forward to make sure that it is doable by that date. So I'm just doing every single thing I can. And I would not put good money towards bad money if I thought that wasn't possible. It just wouldn't make sense.
So I'm not one to make idle comments, but I want to emphasize the criticality of that February 1st date.
I know, and may I say a comment, please, because this is relevant to the neighborhood. So the site right now I think it looks very clean. It's not beautiful by any means, but I think it looks clean. I would like to, as soon as possible, get together with the neighborhood, someone from the historic tennis group or whatever, whomever, and perhaps city manager, assistant city manager, and someone from code enforcement and police department to see what we can do to further enhance the site aesthetically, whether it's putting out tons of wildflower seed and keeping that watered, some sort of further hedge that the police department would be okay with, whatever. We are open to doing that because I do not want to be a further burden to the neighborhood, and I would welcome any suggestions collaboratively so we can work together on that.
I think there will be some opportunities for us to connect with the neighborhood. That is an area in my district, and I enjoy very much working with the Historic Tennis Club neighborhood organization.
Sure.
Are there other comments from council? Councilmember Holstitch.
Thank you. I just have a question if I can. Appreciate the presentation, and I know it was very factual, and I appreciate that staff's recommendation is that you've met all of the milestones that we set out. I have an emotional question, which, because I'm an elected official and I represent people, and the people are very frustrated by, this project and our lack of action on it. And so that's why you're, feeling pressure from the council and the community. And I will likely have served 5 years on this council and have come and gone before this project is a reality. And we do want to see it to become a reality. And I love your vision. And I appreciate, Richard, that when we first met in 2017, that this is very personal and like a dream project for you. I appreciate that. So can you just give us that emotional explanation of how we can take that back to our constituents to explain why, when we are frustrated and we are tired and you are tired and our community is tired and wants to see this to fruition, what do we give them to explain how we can continue, approving extensions based on the history of this project?
Okay, that's a great question. Okay, well, I'll be as brief as I can, and come up with an answer for that as soon as, and it wasn't what question I was expecting, but I very much appreciate it. I think I'd spoken earlier a little bit to how good things, sometimes something really special and unique takes a long time. Part of my passion and interest in this project, and this goes way before prior administrations and everything, to, when the city was going to eminent domain the Palm Springs Mall, which had prior been, the Desert Inn and Nellie Kaufman, and people like Tracy Conrad, who have had such an extraordinary passion about the history of Palm Springs. And my growing up in what was, prior to the Viceroy, it was called the Australia Inn. And what a great treat for my family was going to the Australia Inn a couple of times a year. And then if we were really good, we got to go to Fun in the Sun, which is a fudge shop, Louise's Pantry. And then, once a year, we had a special dinner at the Ingleside Inn. So that area is very near and dear to me. What we've been trying to create here is something that is what I think Nellie Kaufman and others would have envisioned, because they did for Palm Springs for health reasons and getaway reasons. It wasn't really like fun. It was just like, it was a healthy place to clear yourself from tuberculosis consumption and everything like that. And then became the movie stars and getting away and all about tennis and everything like that. I think that this project is going to be the most elegant and most ecumenical, inclusive, extraordinary piece of everything that Palm Springs has ever seen. And I think when people walk in, I don't care if you live in the neighborhood, you want to come for a drink, or you're staying in Casa Cody and you want to come for dinner, or whatever, this is going to be something where people come and they're really, really proud of, and that the residents are going to be extremely proud of this. And I can give, and I won't waste your time, 5 or 6 other projects that have happened around different areas where they have been, I would call, game changers. Already the historic neighborhood is a beautiful, quiet place. And I think that this is really raising the bar, not because it's expensive and not because it's, 5-star plus, but because it's something that the desert deserves that people just haven't put there yet. And not that there hasn't been gorgeous design in the desert. And I know Soho Swim Club is coming, and I've been to La Horizon, and those new rooms are gorgeous. And I just think that this is just, to me, the cat's meow. It's great. And when we talk about continuing to give extensions, under our current agreement that we've relied on, we're hoping that that won't be a problem because we don't feel like we've done anything wrong. And I think as Councilperson Kaur said, we shouldn't have entered into this agreement if this situation could happen today, but for the fact that we would be in default on something. And I don't think we are. And I don't think staff has said that we are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments from council? Is there a motion?
I just have one thing.
My apology.
It's okay. I just want to point out that, we have a very specific role in this regard when reviewing public hearings, and it's a quasi-judicial role that requires us to really look at this factually and determine what's there. So, of course, there's always going to be different emotions and desires maybe by council members, but at the end of the day, we have a very specific task in front of us that we have to abide by. So I just want to state that for the public who may be frustrated at this moment, but we do have a very specific task in front of us, and that's it.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Sure.
Councilmember Coors.
So I'll move staff's recommendation of granting the appeal and the extensions as set forth by staff.
And
I'll second. Oh, go ahead. I'm happy to second that, but just for clarification, that's for a 1-year extension, not the 2-year requested by the applicant.
Correct. Thank you for that.
All right. Roll call, please.
And just for clarification, that also includes the 45 days on the milestones, as well as I believe there was a discussion about having meetings at the site monthly and possibly including the neighborhood organization. Is that included, Councilmember Coors?
Correct.
Thank
you. Accepted.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Councilmember Holstich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Our next set of items are the legislative. We are right at 8 p.m. Is it the preference of City Council to take a short break or to continue forward?
Break.
All right, it's 8 o'clock. We will take a 10-minute break and resume at 8:10. Thank you. our meeting. The next portion of the meeting has been set aside to discuss business and legislative items. Item 3A is the selection of an artist for the Actressure Arena Mural project. May we have a staff report, please?
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Good evening. Before getting started, I would like to mention a couple recent developments with this particular project. One of the artists listed in your staff report is no longer available to be chosen, and that is Zach Boyles. However, there were 2 other artists submitted by the Actressure team for the council to consider. Also, the Public Arts Commission will be having a special meeting next week to organize for the coming fiscal year. And this provides an opportunity for the Public Arts Commission to review and possibly make a recommendation or even select the artist if you think that's appropriate. So that is an opportunity we didn't think we had before, just because of the scheduling and the aggressive schedule of the Actressure Arena project. But if you like, we can still go through some of the artwork being proposed. You can consider after that if you think maybe it'll be better to have the Public Arts Commission weigh in. And again, because of timing, probably make the selection on the artist for this project. Happy to proceed either way you like.
All right. Are there questions for staff? Let me start with one question. Jay, in the past, when we've had mural projects of this nature, has it been our practice to involve the Public Arts Commission in evaluation of either the artist or the artwork itself?
Well, this nature is quite different from anything we've had before. It's a sponsorship. It's offered by Actressure Arena. It is outside of the city. We will not be using public art funds, and it will not be accessible to the public 12 hours a day as our ordinance requires for public artwork. But what the Public Arts Commission does bring is their expertise and experience with projects like this. In our ordinance, the Public Arts Commission may bring forward art mural proposals, but it is required that the City Council approve the murals brought forward from the Public Arts Commission, whether it's on consent calendar or called up from consent calendar for discussion.
And as I understand it, the arena is going to include 9 murals from each of the 9 Coachella Valley cities. Is that correct?
That's what they'd like to achieve. They're asking all the cities to participate, all the Coachella Valleys to participate, and include artwork that represents the uniqueness of each city.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. So whatever is being chosen is intended to be reflective of something that would be unique or specific to Palm Springs, along with all of the other 8 cities. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that the Arts Commission has an interest in looking at this and making a recommendation, and I certainly feel that they're well-versed and equipped to do that, and I'm happy to have them do that instead of us. I'm sure they know much more about these artists and their work than we do anyway.
So, I would second that. I don't know what I'm qualified to do, but choosing artists is not one of those things that I feel I have any qualifications for. But I do appreciate the theme that the arena is putting forward, and whatever the final product is, it should be something that is reflective of the distinctiveness of our city of Palm Springs, not just something that's generically desert oriented. Councilmember Corrs.
I'm fine with that. The only thing I would add, I appreciate they're all local artists, but all things being equal, having a Palm Springs resident chosen and giving them this opportunity to do the one about Palm Springs would be a preference.
Okay.
Councilmember
Holstich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I share those concerns of Councilmember Corrs, and I noticed 2 out of the 3, it looked like didn't say that they were Palm Springs residents. Only one of the applicants did. And so share those concerns that this is a huge opportunity to represent the city. Thank you to the arena for doing this. I'm glad we can be part of this and would love to see it hopefully for a Palm Springs resident or someone with a very deep connection to our community and who can create something uniquely representing us. Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question for staff. Am I misunderstanding that we are paying $10,000 for this?
That's correct. You are not misunderstanding, Councilmember.
But that's not coming from the art fund. That's coming from the general fund?
Correct. From the grants and sponsorships fund.
And does that go to the artist or does that go to the arena?
It includes costs that go to the artist supplies. I doubt the arena is taking a cut of that. I think it's all cost for the mural project.
So I agree with everything that has been said. I would just emphasize the mayor's point in that I really think it needs to, not be just a desert scene, but it really needs to personify and promote and have a distinguishing identity for the city of Palm Springs.
Right. So is there a motion?
Council members, I may recommend the motion might be to delegate the selection of the artist and possibly to your comfort level, the selection of the artwork to the Public Arts Commission, really for the sake of time. And you've kind of touched on the artist being local. I think we really only have one that is from Palm Springs, a resident of Palm Springs. So I'll convey that to the Arts Commission unless you would like to make that a condition of the delegation.
I think the expression was a desire, if possible, so that if there was a compelling reason not to choose or to choose someone else, then that would be permissible. Is that an accurate? Councilmember Holstich?
Thank you. Yes, I'll make the motion to refer this matter for final decision to the Arts Commission. Yes, and I would ask that they consider the, artist connection to Palm Springs, their residents, if possible, but also other connections as we've expanded, their work in Palm Springs and going to school in Palm Springs. But we would love to see a local artist being given this opportunity. However, I think that the quality of the art and the fit with the project should come first, especially the unique opportunity for branding. So, I'm happy to, I don't think that all of that direction needs to be included in the motion, but that was my understanding. It's just one factor to be considered.
Councilmember Corrs?
Sure, and I'm good seconding that motion, but would like to ask for a friendly amendment. I'm fine with the Arts Commission making the decision upon review by the interim city manager and the city attorney.
Yes.
Right, to make sure it fits what these goals are of promoting Palm Springs and doesn't raise any potential legal issues. It's just always good to have that check from our lawyer.
Thank you. Make a final recommendation to city manager and city attorney.
And just for clarification, that does include that this is something that speaks to Palm Springs specifically, not generic desert. Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Holstech.
Yes.
Councilmember Corse.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is 3B, and that is an agreement between the Palm Springs Unified School District and the City of Palm Springs for a school resource officer. May we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. So for many years, the City of Palm Springs has entered into an annual agreement with the Palm Springs Unified School District to provide a full-time police officer, which we call a school resource officer, at the campus of the Palm Springs High School. So in 2020, the Palm Springs Unified School District began discussions on how to incorporate our school resource officer into a broader and more comprehensive approach to addressing student health, wellness, and safety. And this collaboration included the hiring of mental health specialists and social workers. During this last school year, the district established metrics to help measure the effectiveness of this expanded program to support the student body, including the role that the school resource officer played on campus. This data collection is relatively new, and as we continue to work with the district, you're probably going to see some changes in some of that information that we're collecting in order to effectively evaluate our school resource officer program from year to year. But during this last school year, the district also focused on providing some very comprehensive training for all of the school resource officers, their campus safety officers, and a group of district administrators. I think what you're seeing now, and as we move forward with this program, is going to be something that's very measurable, but it's very reflective of the values of our community. The district this year has proposed a 2-year agreement for a school resource officer that spans the school years for both 2022-23 and the 23-24 school years. The language in this proposed agreement mirrors the same language in the agreement that council approved last year. And it clearly defines the roles, responsibilities, and the district's expectation of our school resource officers on campus. That officer serves as a resource to staff and students and parents and does not enforce school codes of conduct or take any part in student discipline. The agreement would cover the fully burdened costs of our assigned school resource officer for the next 2 years. And tonight we are joined by Lavon Smart, who is the Executive Director of Security and Disaster Preparedness for the school district, and Laura Musel, correct me if I said your last name wrong, the Executive Director of Student Services. And they are also available to answer any questions about the SRO program, the School Resource Officer program as a whole, student services, and the agreement itself.
Are there questions for the captain or for Mr. Smart or Ms. Musel? Let me ask this question, and it's a much broader question than just simply the school resource program. None of us will ever get over the events that have occurred within the last year, which is simply a reoccurrence of what's happened previously. What are the steps going forward that we as a city can take in working with you at the school district to make sure that we're doing everything that is possible to protect our students and your staff in the school?
Thank you. Great question. Not one that I've had thrown at me before. Really, it's just understanding what it is we have that we're doing. We've started over the last year to 2 years. It's a lot of prevention. We're looking to try to get ahead of these things, that mitigation and then that response. So we're doing those things with the SRO. It helps because now we have that liaison between those two entities. And that's really part of that thing we talked about last year. And I'd say actually about 2 years ago when Dr. Lyons was here as well. That piece is huge for us because it now gives us that direct conduit between that emergency service and emergency response that we really need.
And then I'll just speak. Thank you for having us. I oversee the mental health department for the district as well as several other departments, but we have been expanding our mental health offerings for students, staff, and families. And I think mental health and preventative measures are the most important piece to preventing these types of things from happening. So we've been expanding our mental health program. We currently have 20 mental health therapist positions open. So the way you can help us is by letting people know that Palm Springs is hiring. We have several vacant positions for mental health therapists. We were able to fill 5 of our 6 social work positions, but we're still looking for social workers. We're always looking for university interns to help support with our peer mentoring program. So just getting the word out that we have resources for families. Some of our families are hesitant about getting mental health support. So if you ever have the opportunity to work with your constituents or your communities, let them know that we provide free mental health counseling and therapy for our students and their families. And all of the information can be found on the Palm Springs website.
All of us in public service are in this together. Please always come forward if there's something we can do to help. Other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have some questions. There's reference here that during the 2021-2022 school year, that the school district distributed a survey to students, parents, and staff about the SRO program, and that the feedback was overwhelmingly positive, but we didn't receive that as an attachment to our report. And I'm just wondering if you can provide a little bit more information about what types of questions were asked and what kind of feedback you got. And while it was overwhelmingly positive, were there any comments that you received that were not positive, and are you doing anything to address those?
The survey itself was basically an internal survey, but the questions that were asked were like the first one, how important was the SRO program? Collectively, 93% of the people said it was important. We also asked, does the SRO make the schools safer? 84% said yes. The last one that we had was the comfortable reporting dangerous things. And that was about 70% of the people said, yes, we do want to report those dangerous things to those officers. A lot of it had to do with the training. We wanted to get the training done. It was done. We gave them those tools to now go in school and go forth and be prosperous, so to speak. So now they had some additional tools, as Laura said. They youth mental health first aid, these things so that they can go make those kid connections and then start putting a different face on what people thought or typically believed a school resource officer was.
And just a follow-up question on that. There was just some statistics in here about the different types of interactions that Officer Padilla has on campus, which, by the way, I've only heard wonderful things about Officer Padilla, so this is not a criticism, I'm just curious. One of the things that it said here is that he served in a traditional law enforcement role 28 times during that time period. And can you just explain, when on campus, when he's acting in a traditional law enforcement role, what does that look like?
So a lot of that would be those threats. So if we look at, we've had a few threats that have been social media threats. He's handled those. Those would be traditional law enforcement things. There's, the kids with guns protocol, those kind of things, because some kid decides to post that picture of a gun and saying today's that day. So you've had a few of those, and then you've had some that I believe the captain talked to that have been reported within the department. So those are the kind of things. It wasn't as if things had gone off the rails and he had to go do but it was small pieces of that nature.
Great, thank you so much.
Other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I will make a motion to approve item 3B. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton,
Aye.
Councilmember Corse. Councilmember Corse,
Yes.
Councilmember Holster,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all. The next item is 3C, Working Group Recommendation, Reducing Barriers to Running for City Council and Working on City Council. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council. Teresa Gallivan, Assistant City Manager. If I can have IT, please pull up a report to share with the group and share the screen. All right, can everybody see the slide presentation, or is it really tiny in your view?
We can pin it to make it bigger.
All right, very good. All right, council put together the California Voting Rights Act Working Group, reducing barriers to running for and working for city council. And from that, staff formulated some recommendations based on council's feedback from the recommendations from that working group. Recommendations from staff are to refine direction, so we'd like further direction from you about preparing an ordinance to increase council member compensation and create a vehicle stipend, increase council salaries by the Consumer Price Index since 2007, which was the last time that the council member salaries were adjusted, and mayor salaries. Council member salaries would be adjusted from $29,196 to $41,600 annually. Consider increasing the mayor's salary to a percentage that would be greater than the council members as appropriate, ranging from 15 to 25% would be recommended, which would put it in a range of $47,840 to $52,000. And also look at creating a vehicle stipend. We would recommend creating a vehicle stipend of $400 per month in lieu of mileage reimbursement. A little background on this, as I mentioned, the CVRA, the California Voting Rights Act Working Group, provided recommendations to council to prevent barriers to joining council. Council put these barriers into short-term and long-term goals. The short-term goals that you asked us to consider were adjusting compensation, creating the vehicle stipend, and providing more staff to help support council in its role. The long-term changes to consider were providing childcare to council members and potentially staff. Moving forward to the next one, the analysis here for the salary increase, as I mentioned, we added the CPI over the time period from your last adjustment in salary, which was 2007. So staff aim to use the most local data possible, going back to 2007. We should note that the Bureau of Labor Statistic archives go back to 2009. So for 2008, we assumed a 1.5% CPI was used. And so you can see here in the chart how it goes from your current salary to the proposed $41,600 just with cost of living increases. Next item was the vehicle. Next slide, the vehicle stipend in lieu of mileage reimbursement. So the typical way to come up with an estimate and analyze this is to look at the estimated demand for miles traveled multiplied by the IRS reimbursement rate, which is currently how you get reimbursed for mileage that you travel on a case-by-case basis. We also reviewed 2020 survey data from Southern California communities, and of those, 20 cities provided a range for a vehicle stipend from $150 a month to $750 a month. And most of them were actually between $350 and $500 a month. So at an average of at $400 a month, that would be an average of 640 miles a month at the IRS rate, which is right now 62 cents a mile. Moving forward to the next area for analysis was the additional staff support. And what we recommend is that we assess the impacts of the new support staff that are coming on board. In this past budget that you adopted, we did integrate an executive assistant position that will focus on constituent services. And we've actually recruited for that position, and it will be starting on September 12th. So support is on the way specifically to focus on that. We also have another position that we are working on the recruitment for as well. So there are 2 positions to support constituent services and council efforts coming up in this fiscal year. And we'd like to take a look at how that helps the city council and further assess that before making any additional changes on staffing. Another area to note is that we also budgeted $350,000 for an internship program. And understand internships can be of assistance to the council in your initiatives. So we recommend further discussion and analysis on that. The city manager and staff and I are here to answer any questions and seek your direction on the recommendations that we've made.
All right. For purposes of keeping us organized, I'd like to begin with having questions of staff regarding any issues. And then once we've finished with all of our questions, we can move into our individual comments and ultimately recommendations on how we should proceed. Are there any questions for staff? Councilmember Coors.
On mute.
That time I was actually muted. Couple of questions. So on the 2 constituent services positions, is that in addition to the position that when we used to have someone who helped with scheduling and other things before UB ended up having the 5 of us and the city manager and somehow manages to do truly the impossible? Or is that one of those positions to replace that person? So in other words, is there 2 additional to do constituent services in addition to that position that's being refilled?
There's the 2 additional positions and also UB remains doing supporting the city manager.
Okay, so we're not refilling that position. So
Justin, did you want to comment? You're on mute.
You're muted, Justin.
Sorry, my lips moving isn't going to help. So I think there's some flexibility with the 2 positions. You're right that one was already allocated and just hasn't been filled, and the other was added. We envisioned that one would really focus primarily, if not exclusively, on constituent services, and the other would help with scheduling and any number of other tasks. But as I've discussed with Teresa and others in this office, I really do think there are opportunities to evaluate exactly where the job duties split. The bottom line is you'll have at least 1 additional FTE from what used to be 2, which is actually a pretty significant overall increase in capacity, 50%, and maybe more depending on how duties might be rearranged after you see what those individuals are really capable of.
Okay, and is the thought on, I know my thought, and I think we've discussed it a little, but since it's relevant for this conversation, so the constituent services person will primarily be to deal with all the constituent requests, emails, et cetera, the council members get, and make sure those are sort of organized and we don't have 5 of us sending different staff the same exact questions, and which is not very efficient. Is that fair? So, I mean, obviously we won't supervise that person directly. I presume it'll be in the city manager's or the assistant, someone's office, but the job is to assist council with all the constituent services requests we get and streamline that process.
Correct. Potentially more than just the ones that come by way of council. As you know, occasionally those emails might come to the city manager and council simultaneously, sometimes in sequence, but certainly to be a point of contact for any of those constituent inquiries that come through council.
Great. Okay, I'll save my comments on this subject for the mayor's request. I never want to upset our mayor. So I have another question, which is, where did you get the 640 miles as an average per month that we would drive? That's not driving to and from our job, right? Because you can't get reimbursed for coming to and from your location of work. I just can't imagine I drive that in a year for the city other than coming to and from City Hall, at least not the last couple of years, granted. And when I go to, CVAG meetings, we all get a stipend, which is meant to cover that, and we can get reimbursement otherwise. So it just seemed like a lot of miles, and I'll separate that from my comments later. I think it's an appropriate salary, but it just seemed like a lot of miles.
Right. Just to clarify,
did you look at our calendars? Was there some method in picking that, or just?
No, in fact, the 640 was not meant to estimate miles traveled. So firstly, I would say that staff is not aware of which organizations might already reimburse for miles. So this number was derived assuming that the city would be responsible to reimburse the vast majority, if not all of the miles associated with those kinds of travel. That said, what we really did is look at the vehicle stipends that existed that really predominantly ranged between $300 and $450 or $500, picked a number that was in the middle, and then to demonstrate the kind of purchasing power, if you will, of that stipend, compared it to the IRS mileage reimbursement. That translates to 640. I think it's council's discretion if you feel like that number is excessive to adjust it however you see fit, which is one of the reasons we just kind of included that math. We did not do extensive analysis on actual driving, and to some extent we were reluctant to do that for anything in the last couple of years because we're still kind of in transition coming out of a more pandemic environment, and it remains to be seen how much of the Zoom way of convening is going to stay and how much travel may return in the coming months and years.
And as of the 21 communities in Southern California that do car reimbursements, were any of them in the Coachella Valley?
I'd have to go look. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. I'd just be interested to know because driving is different in different places, obviously, how far you're going. I'm just sort of curious what that is. And then was there any looking at sort of the cost of living, which I appreciate, right? There are other different ways one could look at it, right? If you did, the increase in the minimum wage has more than doubled since then. So cost of living gives a lower number than if we just looked at the increase of minimum wage. I mean, a lot of ways to look at it. I think what we talked about last time, which is what you gave us, was the CPI, which I appreciate. Is one of the issues if we tried to have an independent body set the salaries, which is always more comfortable, I think, sometimes than setting your own salary. Is just a timing crunch on that, or there really aren't any? I know in the state, the governor and the I think appoints the commission that does it, but I have not been able to find cities that have been able to have an independent commission that I've seen yet. I don't know if you've come across any just as you've been working on the staff report, because that's something people have raised. So I'm just not aware of, how to do it unless we appointed them, and then that seems to have the same concern some people have. Right.
So I'd certainly want to get Teresa's thought on this, but as I was one of the authors of the staff report, it really seemed to me that the demand on council time varies so significantly from community to community. If you established a methodology for a comparison, say a number of cities, or even a more complicated matrix situation where you were looking at a combination of variables like cost of living increase plus comparisons, I think hiring an objective party helps to assure that that methodology is preserved intact and isn't manipulated for a desired end. But I don't know that any consultant would really be able to say what is appropriate to pay without that methodology being established, because it does vary so much community by community. So I think you would need to do that part first, and then could probably rely on some kind of third-party analysis just to kind of preserve the integrity of the math, so to speak. But otherwise, I think the demands of council members and the way council members meet those demands really varies significantly, even among communities of similar size or different size, complexity, lack of complexity. There's probably no common variables that hold true across the board.
Okay, which makes sense why you're using this method here. So thank you for that. That's it for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else with questions? Councilmember Halsted.
Thank you. We're all doing that tonight. Thank you. I just had a clarifying question. I didn't quite follow the staffing changes. So a few years ago, when I joined this council, there were 2 administrative positions for the council. And then we lost one and we just were operating with 1. And that was separate and apart from the administrative support of the city manager's office. And so now we've lost that person, you know, is balancing both jobs. And so it seems to me that we've lost at least 1.5 FTE for council support. And then in prior years, we had budgeted, I think, Councilmember Horse, 2 more positions or something like that to support city, 1 or 2 to support city council. So I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow, because I'm very concerned about adequate staffing for council, and for obviously appreciate the constituent request. And that's something we've been working on for a long time. And I think that will really solve a lot of the concerns I've had, is that, I know it's our job to respond to constituents, and there's no city support right now, really a system to do that. And it's left to council members, and it's haphazard. So I'm sorry, could you explain? I really want to make sure that we get enough staffing for both the city manager's office and council's office. And we all know that admin people do the most important work in any organization. And they also don't deserve to be overworked, because they have very hard jobs. So could you just detail that for us, please?
Yes, so there are 2 positions that will be for focusing on council support. One of them will be filled on September 12th, and the other is in the recruitment process.
And those are the permanent positions, but then bear in mind the $350,000 allocated to the internship program that would presumably provide additional support, whether that be policy research, occasionally attending meetings, and other constituent type services. So it was the combination of those 2 things that seemed significant enough that it was valuable to see what that support brings before making additional decisions. The only other thing I would add from the perspective of recently adding positions to the budget is we're really having to be creative and thoughtful about where to even house some of these positions. So any discussion, frankly, among staff or council of adding additional just might trigger some additional thinking on where positions live, you know, and where people work, the reporting structure, et cetera. But with the 1 additional position plus a possible intern for each council member, we thought that would be a pretty significant game changer in the level of support.
Thank you. So the 2 FTE admin support from council is already an admin system that we've worked under, and it wasn't enough. So we're really just getting to that, back to that. I appreciate that the intern or the other program will be really beneficial to council and may be sufficient. And that's up to the city manager's office to decide about how to allocate those duties. But I just want to flag, we have lived under having 2 admin for 5 people in a very, very busy council. And it's been difficult in the past. And I've always watched those positions and thought that they were overworked. And there's just not enough bodies to do that work that it takes. So I really support, I know we've worked hard on this, and this is the place that we got to, but continue to support like professional city staff, professionals doing those jobs. Thanks.
Are there questions? I have a question for the city attorney.
Yes.
Jeff, on page 4, there's a paragraph that talks about no ordinance of the city council shall increase the compensation of any member of council during that member's term of office. I want to explore that law, and it's not our law, it's state of California law, as I understand it. Is that correct?
It is. It follows state law. We do have it in our charter, but it basically follows state law in the government code which applies to cities. And it's not a very well worded statute, unfortunately. It does start off by saying that essentially a council member cannot vote on his or her own salary increase. But then it goes on to have an exception, which essentially says that if a council member starts a new term, then all of the other council members who may have voted on that particular salary increase can receive a salary increase. So for instance, in this situation, Mayor Middleton, you will be here. Suppose the council adopts an ordinance prior to the November election. You will be here after the November election. Other council members, such as Councilmember Coors and Woods, will not be here. The people who fill Councilmember Coors and Woods seats would be entitled to benefit from that salary increase, but returning council members, such as yourself and Mayor Pro Tem Garner, if she comes back in December, would also be able to benefit from that salary increase, as well as Councilmember Holstage, should she not be elected to state assembly. So unfortunately, it's not a well-worded statute, but it's intended to prevent council members from being perceived to have voted on their own salary increases, but it does create an exception when there's staggered terms, as there are in this city and many.
All right. So if I heard you correctly, then if we vote to make this effective for any new council members that would be elected in the November 2022 election, it could be effective for anyone who is currently completing a term, such as myself or Council Member Holstage. Does it require us to make that effective, or do we have the discretion to make it effective only at the beginning of a new council term after having been elected?
Good question. I believe the council does have the discretion and the authority to make it effective only as to council members who are starting a new term. I would say if the council simply adopts an ordinance and does not say anything about how effective it would be, it would apply to new council members and returning council members. So if the council desires to make it effective only as to those council members who are starting a new term, I would recommend that we include that in the ordinance explicitly.
All right, thank you. That's my questions on that issue. I do have some questions, and it's not covered in the staff report. Am I allowed to ask questions regarding the appropriate use of the discretionary accounts that exist for city council members?
I believe based on how those discretionary funds are allocated and used, I think that a discussion about that relative to the subjects that are on here would be appropriate in terms of maybe use for auto allowance, how they fit in with the salary, as well as assistance.
All right. Then could I get an overview, and for the public, an overview of what those accounts are and what are defined as appropriate or inappropriate uses of those accounts?
Sure, I'll try to give an explanation. So every year, as part of the budget process, the city allocates a certain amount, and I don't know the exact amount off the top of my head. Maybe staff has that number handy. And those dollar amounts can be used at the discretion of individual council members. And the governing principle on the use of those funds is that it meets a public purpose. In other words, that there's some public benefit and not just purely a private benefit. So for instance, sometimes council members will use those to attend conferences or go to events that benefit the city through their attendance. I think other uses have included allowing fees, user fees that would otherwise be paid to the city to be paid by that discretionary account. And I believe more recently, some of those discretionary funds have been used to help pay for interns that are assisting city council members in their public duties.
And that is $10,000 for each council member in that fund.
All right.
Mayor, can I answer a little bit? I think I was the only one who was here when this happened. So for years, I think it was the Wells Fargo Foundation gave the city $50,000 that could be utilized so the city could sponsor nonprofit events and be seen as visible partners with nonprofits. And that was allocated, I think when Mayor Punet was mayor, by him. And when he left, that was ended. And it was put in, but instead 10,000 for each council member to use, because a lot of these events are expensive and people expect council members to go to them. And it's not reasonable that for people who can afford to donate that level who on council can go, and those who can't, because it is part of what people expect from us. So that was allocated to 10,000 per council member for those purposes. I don't think anyone else on council was here, so they wouldn't have known that. And the current staff who's administrating this, maybe with one person who was here then would know that. So understandably, right, 2 of our council members have hired interns and fellows because we do not have staff to be able to do these jobs, especially for someone who has another job. And so totally reasonable. Another council member, used it to design a communications newsletter for constituents because we don't have enough communication staff. So those are all good purposes, but different than what was originally envisioned. But on that, I guess one of the questions I have for staff, with the interns, I really think if we're going to have interns and fellows moving forward now that we've budgeted, they need to be city employees who are treated based on their hours like any city employee would be, that they're getting a reasonable wage for their services, right? If appropriate, they can join a union. I mean, I worked part-time at my first job at 14. I was a member of the grocery workers union. I was bagged groceries and collected carts for 2 years in middle school. We want, in my view, I think those folks should be employees of the city and have the same access to the benefits. And we want to make sure they're being paid, a salary, not a stipend, right? That they're making an hourly wage that's appropriate. So, as we talk about this, and I don't know if it's here, I think that impacts the discretionary fund, potentially what it's used for. But I think if we're going to have interns, and I don't think we really clarified that, like what department they're in. So if we're now saying the internships are going to be 1 per city council member, is it 10 or 20 hours a week? I think they should be, city employees, and that may change the amount we allocated. But, it's a big issue, right? Where interns don't get paid a fair amount for their labor. And I think it's one we shouldn't do. So I know that's into comments, but since you went into the subject, I thought I would just end it there.
You did manage to move from question to comment, so are there any additional questions? And we will move quickly into comment. Councilmember Holstridge.
Thank you. One, I just wanted to correct my statement earlier. I'm so sorry. So we had one admin and we years and years ago budgeted to have two and have two support people for council, which we still thought was likely not enough. And so we've been trying to get to two for 5 years. And excuse my assistant here, it's bedtime. So we've been trying to get two. So that to me isn't a win to get two because we've already budgeted it for years and through multiple budget cycles. And I'm sorry to sound frustrated, but it's hard not getting progress on this issue. But I appreciate staff's been working really hard to fill those positions. And I'm glad that we are. Just wanted to correct that because I'm trying to remember if we have had to at one time and it was complicated with those positions. So I'm concerned that two is not enough. And then I just wanted to add the question about childcare. And I just want to clarify because I did have someone call in and personally criticize me for this item. And just to clarify, I am not voting on any increase or benefit for myself, and I wouldn't support it for myself. I'm seeking another job that would likely start in December. So, but the conversation around childcare was raised by a number of people calling in over the length of having this discussion, and I didn't see it anywhere in the staff report. So I was wondering if staff had a recommendation about childcare, if that was a consideration. We had talked about that the average cost of childcare is likely the current cost of salary of the city council salary, if not more, considering the cost of living wage now. So Teresa, for our interim city manager, could you please answer the question about childcare?
Yes, absolutely. So when we last discussed this with city council, we discussed what items would be short-term items, and we are bringing those back to you today. And childcare was discussed as being a long-term item, which we would have to analyze in the future. So I don't have any analysis on that for you today. If Justin, if you have any additional information, but today we were addressing the short-term discussion items.
Got it. Thank you. I got a number of questions from people watching as well who are wondering if we're talking about staffing and pay, why that wouldn't be a consideration for council right now too.
Okay. Yeah, it was definitely put into two different buckets of short-term and long-term. And then to follow up on Councilmember Corr's comments about interns and having a program there would be city employees. That's certainly something that we can look into and bring back further information from human resources on, what are those jobs descriptions look like and what are appropriate salaries to make them meaningful experiences and appropriately paid.
And remind me, we decided that the city will allow the contingency fund for council to be used for childcare like we are able for other reimbursements, or do we need to pass a policy to actually allow reimbursement of childcare as part of the contingency fund use or reimbursement?
I think there would need to be a change in the policy, but correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, on that contingency fund, because I think we would need a citywide policy.
I don't know if we would need to legally because it's currently I think a lawful use of those contingency funds, but if the council wants to make it a more comprehensive or more comprehensive approach, you could adopt that policy.
Thank you. I very much would like to see a written policy for that for city council. I know, again, I'm only talking about my experience as someone who has childcare duties while on council. I'm not expecting this or intending this to apply to me in any way. But it could cost $100 per event to attend an event in childcare, right? And if the point of contingency fees is to allow council members to attend events and do our jobs, then we should have a written policy that allows that. Because when I initially asked staff, I was given a no. And so I've paid thousands probably of dollars on my own to subsidize me doing this job and to pay for the childcare, which so many people do, of course. And so, I would love to see a formal policy so that we know parents can have some assurance, and not just parents, any caretaker can have assurances that they might be able to still, afford to do this job if they also have to pay for childcare. Thank you.
Are we to the point where we need to start making our comments as opposed to asking our questions? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question for staff. Did we do an analysis of what the salaries were, the base salaries before other benefits in the Coachella Valley?
So, Councilmember Woods, we did have an analysis, a market survey that I believe was from 2020. So it wasn't the very most recent data, but relatively recent, that outlined the salaries of other market comparison communities that did include the Coachella Valley. Yes.
And what was the average? Do we know?
So Palm Springs currently sits at the highest among the Valley communities. My recollection, Teresa, you might have that more at hand, or I could certainly find it, but they were all, I believe, in the 20,000s annually, from the low to the high in Palm Springs at about 29.
Okay. Currently, okay. Great. And the other question I have is for the city attorney. We are a charter city, so I'm assuming that the maximum salary set by the state by, let me look it up here, section 36516.5 and 36516, which authorizes the city to provide its city council members with an initial salary of between $300 and $1,000 per month, depending on the city's population. And does that apply to us as a charter city?
Councilmember Woods, that's a good question. You are correct that because Palm Springs is a charter city, that government code section does not apply to us, and it would not restrict the amount of the salary that the council could set.
And there was a lot of controversy when the city of Bell, I believe, put their salaries much higher, right? And it did follow. They were a charter city, if I remember correctly, and they ended up not having to follow the state guidelines for salaries. And they got themselves into a bit of trouble, if I remember correctly.
You're correct. That city was also a charter city, and I don't think there was any allegation that that those salaries were unlawful. I think the issue with council salaries was more that it was maybe excessive in relation to the salaries and wages that a large number of the residents within that community earned.
Right. And then do we, I guess this is a question for staff. If we were to follow the city guidelines where it's based on population, do we know what that salary would be on that through the government code section? Or did we not do that analysis?
I could look that up quickly if the council.
I did not do that analysis either.
Okay. I think we're high. In reading an LA Times article on salaries in the city, or in California in general, for the population that we have, I think we do have. So So if we're almost going to be, if we're at 29,000 and we're the highest in the valley right now, 41,000, which I think is being recommended, is substantially higher. And then I don't understand the justification, since the mayor is rotating, why the mayor would make substantially more money when they can really assign any of the ceremonial duties to anybody on council. They don't have to carry them all. So I was wondering what the rationale was there.
Yeah, let me just follow up real quick on, I do have now the salary survey. So Rancho Mirage is 31,000.
Okay.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Good, thank you.
And in answer to your previous question, the government code section applicable to general law cities would have a salary of $400 per month for a city our size, because that goes up to 50,000. I believe we're still a little bit under 50,000. Over 50,000 would be $500 per month.
So it's 400 a month times 12 is not much.
4,800.
Okay. I'm just trying to really understand. Do we know, besides Rancho Mirage, which is 31, what the other cities might be? Just out of pure curiosity.
Sure. The city of La Quinta, 27,600, Palm Desert, 25,662, Cathedral City, 15,496, Indio, 14,612. And they also, some of them have additional meeting stipends.
Okay.
In Wells, 14,358, Desert Hot Springs, 13,338, a median of 15,496.
Okay, and to Jeffrey Core's, Councilmember Core's comments, we don't know if anyone in the Valley in that survey is doing mileage reimbursement or how much they're providing.
We do have the mileage survey. Let me pull that up.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm sorry to put you under last minute statistics here.
No, that's all right.
And my line of questioning, just for the other council members and for the public in general, is to understand, how we compare. I understand there's some that say we might be a more complex city. We may have an airport, but it also generates a revenue for us. And I don't know, as council members have a whole lot to deal with the operation of that, or the convention center. Again, I don't think council has a whole lot to do with the operation of that. They set policy on that.
Okay, for the mileage, the vehicle stipend survey, these are various cities throughout Southern California. Coronado, $225 a month for the mayor, $150 for council. Lemon Grove, $175. Desert Hot Springs, $600 a month. Poway, $300. Cerritos, $400. Santee, $350. And as we mentioned, of those, most of them came into $350 to $500. So I can read them all off if you'd like, but there's
no. That helps. I mean, obviously, Desert Hot Springs has a $15,000 salary, but they get $400 a month or whatever you just said for a car stipend. Which, yeah.
And on the salary, there is in cities that I mentioned, most of them do have the mayor with a somewhat higher salary, just with the understanding that there are more meetings and ceremonial functions that they are asked to go to.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Certainly.
All right. Are there any other questions? Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to comments. Who wants to go first?
Sure.
Councilmember Coors.
I started comments already, Mayor, so
You did.
Okay, let's so first on salary. I think as the mayor pointed out, I'd like to remind her that the increase in our budget this year was sort of the same size as Palm Desert's budget entirely. I mean, we're close to $500 million budget. We're not a $50,000 budget city. And we talk often that we need to staff and do so much for a city that's really 100,000 in part-time, and on weekends and seasons is 150,000 people with 5 million visitors coming, into our city. So I don't quite need, it's because what other cities do, but I think we're a different city in many ways. And I don't think where the corruption that happened in Bell, where there $100,000 per council member salary 12 years ago, and all the other issues is really relevant here, and didn't think inappropriate to have brought up the way it was. That all said, the whole point of this and why we created the CVRA working group, in addition to looking at the potential litigation we're facing as a result of our having racially polarized voting that led us to move to districts, was because anyone should be able to do this job. And we want to keep it as a part-time job so anyone can do it. Because if you made it a full-time job and actually paid a real full-time salary, which we're not even discussing any one of those, it just rules out lots of people who can't take time off from their career to do this. So it seems eminently reasonable to me when the salary was last raised, they didn't put in a cost of living adjustment and they didn't say there shouldn't be one. And it seems to be the smartest thing that I can think of at the moment, other than an independent body who could really look at the level of work and the hours, which has lots of problems, as the city manager laid out, to have a cost of living adjustment. So this isn't coming every year or two or four. And because of the way state law works, that's what would happen otherwise. So I think using the cost of living adjustment as recommended in the staff report retroactively and moving forward is the right thing to do right now. And then this could be looked at, further over the next 2 years. And I mentioned in one of my questions that, if you look at minimum wage, that's more than doubled. So this is, if we did that, these salaries would be significantly higher than what cost of living would be. I think the mayor should make more, whether it rotates or doesn't rotate. It's still more work. And some people are going to have to give up some of their income doing other work if they choose to take on the role of mayor. And we don't want someone not to take it on because of that lost income. Because then again, we're limiting who is able to serve in that position. So if we really want to make this job part-time and accessible to more people, we need to do the salary increase that's proposed, and we need the staffing. I don't think it's enough staffing, but it's at least a step in the right direction. And if each council member is getting an intern, that obviously would help. So I just don't, it's hard to argue in any other job, anyone would be okay with someone having the same salary, the position having the same salary that it did when the cost of living was 45% less. That doesn't happen in any other job. This won't impact me. I'm not running again, so I'm willing to maybe speak out on it, but I spoke out on this back in 2017. This is just, it's not right what it currently is. And even during our August recess, as I started looking at my hours, it's a lot of hours, even when we're not meeting in council. And on a council week, it's way over 40 hours. Just today will be probably 15, 16 for each of us. And so I think the cost of living is the minimum we should do on that. The car allowance, I have mixed feelings on, so I really want to hear from others. I think if we had staffing who could fill out those reports, that might be better. Is it a way to get people some more salary? And, people do go to events, but I'm a little more unclear on where I stand on that. So I want to hear from others on that one. And I know we're not giving guidance on the discretionary funds, but I think we need to have a policy. I have no objection to being broader than, sponsoring events or tickets to events. But really saying what it is. And, I would support childcare being included in that because it is a cost for folks. And we want, nothing against some of us who are at different stages in our career, but we have two younger council members who are at, early parts of their career. And we don't want to lose that. We want people with diverse backgrounds and diverse work histories. It's great we have people who have had, decades of careers. And it's great we have people who are starting out and, raising a family in Palm Springs. And if we're gonna treat it like, some of the comments I've gotten, oh, it's public service, you shouldn't get paid for it. You really limit who can do this. And that's bad for our city. And it's, these are important policy jobs. We want people to be able to have a life who do these jobs. And so anyway, I fully support the cost of living. I'm open to a different formula if someone has one. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Other comments? Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Kors, for your comments on that, and your other comments and question comments. I support having the increase for the same, for many of the same reasons that Councilmember Kors mentioned. It is a job just like any other job, and people are deserving of being paid for the work that they're providing. I will say that it's hard to imagine right now this job as a part-time job. I think even when I was working full-time, which I've done for the majority of my tenure on city council, I was still working full-time on city council. And I think I was always fortunate that I had a job that gave me some flexibility, but it still meant that I was working just all the time. And we also don't need anyone to be completely burned out from constantly working either. But I do think that having the additional staff support can really, really help. One thing I know that when we moved to districts, we kind of started to think about having council members from those districts attend ribbon cuttings or events for their district. But I think that's one of the things for me anyway, that makes it impossible for it to be a part-time job when we do things like that. So I'm really in favor of giving the mayor that increase in pay and having the mayor do those roles more often than not. Obviously, sometimes the mayor's not able to for lots of different reasons, and that's okay. But I know that because we have such a robust city and so many different events, it can be really challenging for somebody who does have a full-time job to also attend middle of the day, events like that. So I think that's just one thing I want to point out about there are other difficulties in making it part-time. Because if you do have a 9-to-5 job, you really can't go to virtually any of the ribbon cuttings, right? Unless they happen to coincide with your lunch, and it makes it a challenge. So I think we have to kind of think through a lot of those little details if we want it to really be able to be part-time and address kind of those different folks that you mentioned, Councilmember Kors, when you're talking about teachers or people like that. And really manage people's expectations too, right? Sometimes it's just managing expectations and being as a body and as a city supporting each other as we're figuring it out, right? In terms of the car allowance, I do think it's nice to be able to have something. I don't necessarily think it needs to be $400 a month, but I know, for instance, just for me, because my district is really big geographically, I drive around a lot. And so even though I'm not going all sorts of other places outside of Palm Springs, there can be days where I'm kind of back and forth. So it would be kind of nice to have an offset for that. But again, I don't think it needs to be anything significant in my opinion. I really love that there's money being proposed for internship program. I think that's extremely positive. And I know right now, for instance, my interns are being paid through a third party. So, we're paying them, but then we're also paying this other, firm that's then getting a cut of that money, right? So these interns could potentially be getting more money if the city were directly allocating those funds. So I think it's a really great point that we could be providing a bigger piece of income to our interns. One thing again about the interns that makes it hard for the part-time thing is it depends on what type of intern you hire. So I hire pretty young interns. I've freshmen in college, sophomore in college, and then a senior in college. Those are the different age range that have interned with me. And so it's a lot of hands-on, it's a lot of talking through issues. And for instance, Johnny did that amazing presentation and he was awesome. And he's been able to jump in on a lot of things, but he's also a senior in college, right? Versus somebody who is just starting out in their college career, and I'm going to spend more time with them and teaching them things, which I did this voluntarily. I did this because I believe in this and I want to support that. But I think that would be an area where I think it would be helpful to have staff support. If we are going to have a robust internship program, what does that look like? And how do we make sure that all of the interns that are working with us as council members are getting the support that they need and the tools that they need to advance in that position? So I think there's a lot of things for us to work through to make all of this effective and to support each other and to support future council members as much as possible in their roles. I'm also supportive of childcare funds as well. I think that's also something that's necessary, especially because of the nature of this job, right? It's not like we're meeting during school hours and someone's child is just at school during that time. We're meeting at the critical time when parents are with their kids. And I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Other comments? Well, I'll jump in with some. All salaries should be fair. They should be reasonable, and I don't know any other place where you would go 15 years without making a change in what a salary rate would be. It's not uncommon for there to be very long periods of time before elected officials have changes in their salaries, because we all know that it becomes a very political issue. But 15 years is too long. And the recommendations that have come from the CVRA working group, let's go back to what they are talking about. We're trying to reduce barriers for people to be able to run for office. And having a salary that is one that is fairly compensating someone is part of that process. So I support moving to the $41,600 as a very appropriate step to catch up with changes in the cost of living. I would also, in that vein, like us to identify that we will continue to stay pace with the consumer price index by catching up every 2 years, so that future city councils, this is simply put in place, that as the CPI increases, that we will do it every 2 years. I think it is appropriate for the mayor to receive a differential. And I think that becomes eminently fair, given that we rotate the mayor's responsibility on an annual basis. And the 15 to 25% suggestion that we received from staff, I thought was an appropriate range. I would tend to fall right in the very middle of that at a 20% differential. But what we know is that over the course of 5 years, if everyone has the opportunity to serve for that period of time, that it will even out among each one of the 5 members of City Council. All of the questions and issues around staffing and support are ones that we very much need. There are some things that only City Council members can do. And the more that we can try to concentrate our time and our energy on doing those things that only we can do, that's going to make it better for all of us. And having much greater constituent support is something that can make life much more efficient. To all of our friends out there, sending an email to 5 members of City Council asking us to do something from a constituent standpoint slows down the process. It doesn't make it faster. Sending it to one of us, most particularly your elected representative, will speed the process and will make it much more efficient for us to get the answer you want. Certainly weighing in to send an email to all 5 of us advocating a policy position is an entirely different matter. I'm really thankful that we are looking at an internship program that will be a formal program and one that will apply to a large number of individuals. Anyone who's an intern should be a full city employee with all of the rights, all of the responsibilities. And I think what the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Olstich have started is something that we need to build on and formalize and make a very formal program that is evenly spread among everyone. The contingency fund or the discretionary fund, as I understood it, was to help us to sponsor nonprofit organizations to attend events and things of that nature. I think there needs to be very strong rules around how that money is used and how much there is. And with deep respect to my colleagues, I do not believe it should ever be used for personal expenses, be those childcare or anything else. I think that opens a door that could lead to grave issues for us. If we are going to provide childcare, it needs to be childcare that applies equally to every single employee of city government and cannot single out any group of individuals, most particularly those of us who are elected officials. And I support childcare that is evenly available to every member of our workforce and our elected officials. I'm not sure if I've missed anything, but I'm going to close with whether my colleague intended to offend me or not. I am offended by the reference to the city of Bell, which is the poster child for malfeasance and that caused individuals to go to prison and to deserve to go to prison, to compare what we are trying to do with a very public process to determine what is an appropriate salary level is offensive. Thank you. Are there other comments? Councilman Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would echo your concern about childcare, only in the fact that I don't know how, and it would be a city attorney question for the Albright versus the city of San Francisco, where you can't pay for like a spouse's expense on from city funds. So whether it be a spouse, oops, I lost my thing here. Are you still there? Hello?
We're here.
Okay, then I'll just have to talk to you without seeing you. Whether the, I would think a child would be the same as a spouse, and I would think that would be against state law. Again, childcare is a great thing to have and all that. I just want to make sure that we're playing.
Councilmember Woods, we're having some trouble hearing you.
Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's better.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. So I just want to make sure that we're within state law, and it doesn't seem like we would be, because as an example, most of us, or we cannot take our spouses to for reimbursement as our companion with city money, and I would assume a child is the same way on that. My reference to Bell was strictly, Bell had some outrageous salaries, but my reference to that was that they were a charter city like we are versus a general law city, and they basically set their own salaries, not having to abide by state law. That was my reference. And my reference really was state law. If we were a general law city, our salaries would actually be much lower than what they are. But because we're a charter city, we can set our salaries to whatever we want, which is what got Bell into some trouble. And so that was the reference for the public to know that we are not a general law city, that we are a charter city, and we have the opportunity to do that. But I also wanted a comparison of what the state might say that we should be compensated for. I said this the last time we got together, and I'll say it again. I don't think, unlike my colleagues, that this is a job, a full-time job, a part-time job. You don't punch a time clock. You're not responsible to anybody. You don't follow the labor laws. There's a lot of stuff that I understand that we don't do. And we're a city manager form of government. So we should not have to be involved in the day-to-day running of the city, that we are a city manager form of government in that case. And that should be left to the city manager, the executive staff, and all the team. And we should really be setting policy. I do understand, ceremonial and ribbon cutting and attending these meetings. I absolutely get, but we get compensated for that. I do think mileage is an appropriate thing because it's too hard to administer for staff. I think and I think every council member has said they're not even turning in mileage or whatever, because it's just, it's very, very difficult to do on that. I don't mind raising the salaries. I would just like them to be, and I think the calculations that were done seem relatively fair. It's $10,000 more than our neighboring city. I guess we can live with that. That is not out of the bounds. It's not Bell by any means or anything of that nature. And I don't have an issue with that as far as that goes, and especially when we're having additional staff to really help constituents in their quest for answers. I think what we've moved into as a city, and maybe because we're a city of only 45 or 46,000 people, is that we have set up this expectation people will get an immediate answer. But we have set systems in place like My Palm Springs, where they really shouldn't have to go through a council member. They can actually go through the app and they will get a response that's put into the system versus what the mayor said, call your individual council member who then will intervene with staff. I don't think that's a good model. I think that's an interfering model. And I think, we have been trying to get out of that model in the last two years, and it has not been successful. So I don't have a problem with the salary, but I just don't want to start moving into a different form of government. And we should be policy setters. And I think people want to take this on as a job. It's admirable. You can, but you don't have to. But if you set the expectation that it's a job, I think that's going in the wrong direction. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If I could jump in with one comment that I did want to make that was the one I had forgotten to make. I asked the question of the city attorney regarding the ordinance and increasing salary during someone's term. And as he said, it's not terribly well written. I believe the intent of the ordinance was that no one should be voting on a salary increase that would apply to them during the course of the term that they are in. It doesn't read quite that way, but I think that was what the intent is. So my proposal would be that any salary increase that we vote for would be effective at the time that a new election takes place. So for instance, the Mayor Pro Tem is running for re-election. It should take place for her after her election, assuming that she will be re-elected. It should take place at the time of the new election for whoever's elected in District 2 and District 3. But I don't believe in District 4 or District 5 that any new salary increase should take place until either there is a new election for that district or there is a replacement of the individual who is currently in that position and is no longer in that position. Thank you. Councilmember Course.
Well, since that will only really mean you won't get a raise since you're probably the only one who will be in the middle of a term. I think that's a generous thing to do and commendable. So for staff, you just want a general discussion and direction, right? And then you'll bring something back.
Yes.
Or are we voting tonight?
We'd like direction on what to put in the ordinance as far as updating the salaries. So if we can go ahead and get direction on if council would like to move forward with the amended CPI increase and then the differential between the mayor and council. And also I'd just like to make a point of clarification on Mayor Middleton's recommendation that we check this check the salaries every 2 years, that would be as part of a process and checking with the budget, making sure the budget would accommodate an increase every 2 years, but not an automatic increase, as those typically are not in our salary schedules. Was that where we were looking at?
Go ahead, say what you think, Lisa, sorry.
Obviously, always we need to go back and confirm. What I would be hoping that we would be establishing is that it is our intention to keep up. And of course, any future city council, based on circumstances in place at the time, would make a determination as to whether or not to go forward with approving what has been put in place or saying, no, this is not the right time for making that change. And we can all imagine the circumstances under which it would be positive and negative for it to move forward.
Thank you for the clarification.
So if I can, Mayor, I probably have a slight tweak on that. I would make it automatic. So you're not having council having to vote on their salary, sort of as you pointed out, every 2 years. But that could be overridden by a majority of council in any budget. So that way it's just sort of standard, right? There's cost of living increase that exists in many jobs. But obviously, you know, we're making big budget cuts. Council, my guess would be, would not take an increase. So I would rather see it that way, because there is that issue. Every time, you know, you vote for a salary increase for yourself, it looks bad, but that's what the law sets up, right? They don't really give another option for how we set salaries other than we're doing it. So I'd rather have it be automatic with, obviously it could be overridden by a majority.
Appropriate tweak.
So, does that make sense, Teresa?
It does make sense. It's different from other processes we use in the city, but I understand you're saying the council would still, though, consider it as part of the budget.
I just want to make one last comment. I appreciate, you know, Councilmember Woods, you have a different view that this isn't a job. I think it is a job. I think most of us treat it as a job. I think the residents and businesses expect us to treat it as a job. And if you don't, it's fine to vote on the policy that staff brings, but a lot of what we do in the city is we bring policy that we work on in research or that our residents and businesses ask for that is different than other cities. And that takes work. And so, other than when I was bagging groceries and picking up carts through the neighborhood, I never had to punch a clock. My jobs were exempt. I worked as many hours as it took to get them done. And I don't think that's ever been less than probably 50 or 60. Everyone has different kinds of jobs, though. Some people do those, but it's still a job. And I think this is a job, and I think that's what our residents expect. But it sounds like I think everyone pretty much was on board. So just to summarize, Mayor, with the CPI adjustment, retroactive and moving forward. I don't think we landed on anything on the car allowance or what that amount would be yet. So I don't know if that just bring back some options maybe, or if you want us to discuss that more. Those were the two main things, right, that you needed tonight?
If I could comment on the car allowance, we have under federal law a reimbursement rate that's actually well over 50 cents a mile at this point. What I have seen with many public agencies is they have forms that make it very easy to file the request for reimbursement for mileage and to process it. I get reimbursed on a very regular basis by the Riverside County Transportation Commission, and it is unbelievably easy to complete that form. So rather than having a dollar figure, I would suggest that we make changes in our internal processes so as to make it easier for council members and easier for staff to apply the appropriate rate for the appropriate miles that people drive on official duties. Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to point something out if I can. So this initially started with the CVRA, California Voting Rights Act working group, making recommendations to remove, eliminate, reduce barriers to serving an elected office. And I've heard my colleagues reference examples from a broken system to share why we should continue that system, which primarily allows retired, independently wealthy, older folks to serve on city councils and not a wide variety of our residents. And I think that's the problem that we're all trying to solve. And so I just want to flag, I think the references to what other councils do in this valley are misplaced. I've shared, I know Councilmember Corr just shared, for example, the number of hours the city of Palm Springs council members spend versus the city of Indian Wells. I think you could see that we're getting paid probably half of what that salary is based on the hours we spend. But really what we're seeing, and I think this is an opportunity to be forward looking about the future. Who do we want to serve on the council? What are the barriers to serving? And childcare is a barrier. The pay is a barrier. The lack of administrative support is a barrier, right? And so I just want to remind my colleagues here, this is an opportunity to solve a societal problem that people don't have adequate representation and we don't have adequate seats. And so I've referenced this multiple times. I went to a young elected officials women's conference in New York. All people, women under 35 who serve in city councils, and they say they moonlight as a nurse and ride the bus, to be a mayor, right? Like those are all the barriers, and we're never going to see the people and the diversity of our community representing unless we fix those barriers. So I just wanted to remind us as we look as comparisons, there's no good comparison because no city and community has solved this issue. Right. And so I just wanted to remind us as we look at childcare, right? I mean, you could equally argue that other benefits like a car allowance. Why should the city council get a car allowance if every city employee does not? Right? Well, city employees get paid full-time wages. They get benefits, they get a union to protect them. City council, I get paid $29,000 a year. I've left 2 careers to do this work. I've left 2 or 3 6-figure jobs to do this work. The city council pay is less than my yearly loan payment. It's less than my childcare costs. And I say that not because I'm solving this problem for me. I expect to have another job, but I just want to bring us home that it's important to consider. We're not just doing something normal here, to consider, you know, what every other employee gets or what the normal package is, because we don't have a normal package. You know, we're only getting paid $29,000 a year to do this job. We're not getting other supports and we don't have staff. And when we talk to our colleagues, you know, it shouldn't be the system that we're in if people want representation. And I've been in multiple elections where the other people I'm running against run as a full-time council member. And if you want people who have diverse experiences, who are working class, you're just going to have to consider reducing some of these barriers. So I'm sorry to rant there. It's been a long conversation, and I think we kind of lost the point of why we're doing this. And it's to reduce barriers so that teachers and firefighters and police officers and hospitality workers and minimum wage workers can do this job. And the way it's set up, they cannot. And the way it's set up, people like me and Grace will leave for real jobs that will pay because we're foregoing that to do this job. And it is a job because that's what their community wants. So I just want to, I know we're getting to a point here, but I don't understand how childcare would be different from a car allowance. We frequently give other benefits to hire, you know, our executive staff. And I think we should just really consider the purpose of this to reduce barriers when we're implementing these programs. But I do support the mayor's suggestion about salary. And I'm looking forward to the council's conversation about, you know, the full package of benefits that would incentivize other people to run for this. Because look, we have multiple unopposed elections happening in the Coachella Valley. People understand this is a really hard job to do. It really is. It's the hardest job. And we need to pay people at least a living wage so that they can leave their jobs and their families to do this work.
So we've all had an opportunity to comment, and there's been a lot of good comments. We've got I think a couple of options in terms of process to go forward. We could try to fashion a motion this evening that would cover all of the issues. The alternative to that would be we've provided an awful lot of opportunity for direction, but I don't think perfect direction for staff. But I would ask if we have put together enough that you would be able to come back to us with a set of an ordinance proposal that would have all of the various options attached to it that we could vote on, and that the public would be very clear as to what it was we were going to be voting on.
Certainly, I think we've received direction that we can bring back a draft ordinance for your consideration regarding increasing salaries for council members, a differential for the mayor's salary of 20%, and a vehicle stipend. It seemed like there was consensus or a majority for those options. And we can have further discussion in the draft phase.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you. Can you hear? Hold on. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just suggest that I think the mayor made a very good point. If there can be a better system for mileage reimbursement versus just a thing, I'm open to either, since it's harder to put a number on it for that. But I also want to, I don't know if I understood Councilmember Corr's correctly, but I just would have the city attorney, and I don't know because we're a charter city if it applies, but to section 36.5, 16A4, which means that no ordinance can be enacted or amended to provide automatic future increases in salary. And I think that also includes cost of living. But I just want to make sure for both childcare and for automatic that we're within the law. And I would just ask the city attorney to review that. That's my concern. And Christy, maybe we, as we see you in the state, maybe you can change some of those laws if they're still applicable to us.
Yeah, and I think, and that's a good question for the city attorney when this comes back, is sort of on the automatic. I mean, I think it should be included automatically in the budget, but then we have to vote on the budget, right? Because, you know, there were times cost of living went down, right, during this period, right, during the recession. And so I just don't think we want to every time reevaluate. For now, we're looking, I think what I was trying to say is we're going to do retroactive cost of living, and that's sort of what we're going to do moving forward. But obviously it would go in the budget. We'd have to approve it or not approve it based on, right, the economic situation that we're in. So that, I presume, is legal. So, but I appreciate that point. But yeah, just to clarify maybe a little bit there.
I think we have what we need to bring back a draft ordinance with some option.
I think that's an appropriate thing for us to do. It will come back to us with very adequate public notice as to exactly what it is that we will be voting on. So I would like to, if there are no other comments, I really want to thank staff for their work. Thank all of my colleagues for your comments, the Mayor Pro Tem for all the number of times that you've covered for me when I could not attend a meeting. And the last person who needs to be thanked is Yubi Rios, who does the work of 5 people and does it unbelievably well.
Well said.
All right. With that, we have a new item that has been brought to us, and that is an urgency item. So it now is identified as 3D. Could we receive a staff report, please?
Mayor and Council, I don't know that we're prepared with a staff report with that item, but Councilmember Coors, who I believe requested the urgency item, may have some context to set the stage for this discussion.
All right.
I'm happy to do the staff report. Do I get a little salary bonus for that? Oh, no kidding. So, so we got a request to sign on to a letter, and of course, you know, council sets the policy, not the mayor. So I seemed, given it was urgent, it should come to us. And so, although it's from the Mayors for Guaranteed Income, it's not about supporting or opposing guaranteed income. What it is under federal law, if people get a state or federal tax credit for childcare, for whatever it may be, it doesn't count as income for purpose of your eligibility for other federal benefits. Federal law also says if it's monthly from the federal government, it doesn't impact your benefits. It's silent on whether monthly state payments, tax credits, would make you just count as income and disqualify you from other federal benefits. And due to that lack of clarity, some states, I don't think California seems as concerned, but a lot of states are concerned about giving monthly payments instead of the annual payment. So the same amount of money, but divided. But studies show, Columbia did big studies on this, that if you give people the payments monthly for tax credits, like the child tax credits that the Biden administration put through, versus all in lump sum, so that spread out evenly, they use it to reduce poverty, and by 30% more than if they get it all at once. They tend not to use it in a way that helps them really stay out of poverty. And so the study showed 1 in 10 less children would be in poverty through the same amount of money given monthly instead of annually. So all this is asking Congress to fix the technicality and say the same rules that apply to federal monthly payments would apply to state monthly payments as far as eligibility for other benefits. So there's not anything about whether guaranteed income is a good or bad thing or anything like that. It's just allowing monthly benefits if the state thinks those are better than, and not to kick people out of federal food stamp or other programs.
So maybe I could jump ahead and try to save us a couple of minutes of time, as we don't need to debate guaranteed income all over again. And it is generally the mayor that signs letters such as this. The letter, I think, can be written very easily in such a way that doesn't debate guaranteed income, but simply says the majority of the city of Palm Springs supports the technical change in this program, and I'm happy to sign that letter on behalf of the majority of our council. That said, if any one of the three members of the majority would prefer to have the honor of signing that letter, since it's something that you feel very strongly about and supporting, I am happy to defer.
Yeah, I would just say, just so the public knows, right? This doesn't nowhere in this letter does it mention guaranteed income programs. It's just the technical fix. And, you know, I think either the mayor or mayor pro tem would be the appropriate signers for the city.
Mayor pro tem.
If I may, I believe this is the same letter that was forwarded to me earlier this week. So I had said that I would feel comfortable signing on, so I'm happy to do that.
You know, I think it would save a few things and good practice. Do we need to take a vote on this?
Yeah.
I assume we do. So
I'll make a motion that the city sign on to the letter signed by Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I'll second that motion.
All the roll call, please.
Deputy stepped away for a minute, so I'll take the roll for her. This is Brenda Pring. She's back. Councilman Woods.
Yes.
Councilman Kors. Councilman Kors.
Yes.
Councilman Holstage.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
And Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Matt 5-0.
Very good. And we are to the point of contacting speakers for non-agenda public comment items. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for non-agenda public comment?
Yes, ma'am. We have one speaker. If you give me just a moment, I'll give them a call.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, that caller does not wish to speak at this time, and that is all I have.
All right, thank you. Then the next item is City Council and City Manager comments, reports, and agenda development. I'd like to go last on this, or actually next to last before the city manager. Is there anyone who would like to make comments or raise questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to raise the turf conversions. We've gotten a lot of emails about turf conversions, whether or not the city would be able to match DWA's rate. And I would just curious if there's support for staff just looking into this and finding out what would be possible at a more casual level than bringing it to us to try to figure out if it's even something that we can do before we go through the more formal option of actually agendizing it.
My understanding is the sustainability director is looking into it, and that was something the Sustainability Commission had also recommended. I'll let Deputy City Manager Flynn go ahead and comment on that further.
That is certainly correct. The Sustainability Commission is very much interested in a rebate program. And so we are doing work on that now. We anticipate that the Sustainability Commission will discuss that either in later this month or in October. At that point, we may have more information to bring forward to City Council once they've had their deliberations.
Councilmember Coors.
Great. I'm glad we're bringing that back. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. One of the things I wanted to ask, I think we're going to look at upcoming agenda. So maybe I should wait and see if it's on there. But it did remind me to bring up, I know we've talked about sort of, climate change and environment is one of our pillars, right, from our strategic planning. And I think we're going to either have a climate action sort of update or, so is that something we'll get in with this council, given the work we've done to date? Is that in that lineup somewhere?
We can certainly look at the future agenda meeting schedule, and we might be able to make that work.
Okay, and and one of the things we might want to talk about it's a little bit on open space. I know there's some issues with some folks at an HOA who are worried about upkeep of Prescott Preserve, and we donated to Oswald Canyon towards that effort. And one thing we could talk about is, do we want to create a fund and maybe donate right to the upkeep of Prescott Preserve as well, or other types of open space as part of the broader conversation around climate change and sustainability. And if we have a date, I can see if we can get an update of some of the impacts of the 100% carbon free. We did it after the first year, but maybe we can get an update at that point that our residents and businesses are having through Desert Community Energy as well.
I think as we look at the upcoming meeting schedule, I'd ask that our Deputy City Manager, if in fact look at that and talk to the Sustainability Director about what might be good timing, so we can bring that back to you.
Great. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments from anyone? All right. Let me, Councilmember Holsted.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just wanted to add to the upcoming agenda items and hope that this gets added to the list. One, I talked to the city manager and city attorney about the food truck ordinance, and currently state law has changed since we implemented our ordinance, and it allows street food vendors and any actually type of vendor. And so I wanted to add to the list, modernizing the food truck ordinance to comply with state law, to follow state law, because it's sort of absurd that you could have a taco stand on the street corner, but you can't have a taco food truck, right? And so I think that's an absurd result because of our ordinance. So I'd love to see it added to the list. I know we have a process now where council members have to vote on that, but I just wanted to get this in sort of like a bucket of possible things for the council to consider agendizing. And then I've also raised and asked, and I got full majority council support for analyzing childcare barriers. We've gotten a number of requests and concerns from childcare providers, either trying to go through a CUP or LUP process and needing like permit fee waivers and things like that. So I'd love to see that be added to that list that we can either vote on now or later. And then I talked to some advocates who asked if our golf course could become more sustainable as we look at the drought and we look at water usage, and are there areas that we're watering on the golf course that aren't necessary, and could we create and turn our golf course into sort of a world-class example of sustainability. And so I just wanted to flag that for council, and I want to force a vote on any of those things, but hopefully it just gets into the hopper with the interim city manager about upcoming agenda items that we could vote on in a fair process.
And I appreciate you bringing up and reminding me that it is very good to have the support of a majority of council for us to bring these items back, because some of them do require substantial work for staff. So in fact, I think all of them would. So if I could backtrack and know that there is a majority of support to bring each of these items forward, or if they had already been determined that a majority of council wanted to and they were on the list, I just would appreciate a refresher on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's late. I don't know if it's possible to create another category of requests, and then we can pick based on our strategic plan and based on what, council and staff priorities are and what the time commitment is. It'd be great to get an analysis of what the staff, time would be for those items, and then we could vote, but happy to ask for the vote now if you want. I just wasn't prepared to do that. I wanted to make sure these items don't get lost.
You know what, we can let us have a discussion about what might be feasible and then bring it back and see if council wants to change supports moving that up or down in the priority list.
Thank you. Yeah, it'd be great to look at the priority list and then do that all work together. And I'm sure there's other things to include and not just those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would actually want to echo Councilmember Corr's thing about where we at with climate change. I know we've just brought the sustainability director on and she's getting up to speed. But also with that, to get an update on our general plan update. We're continuing to approve projects, even single family homes, that have an enormous amount of glass facing west. We are continuing to build buildings that don't have shade or lanais, or, we did require the hotel that is going in over by the convention center to provide a shade structure to get to downtown. But with this current heat wave, I think it accentuates the need to look at some of that in our general plan, in our climate action plan, to bring it forward. And I'm not sure, that the general plan has been on the books for before I was on city council. I know we've had several meetings. The pandemic took a lot of our resources away from us to work on that. But I think it's really important that while you have an urban planner actually on your city council, to try and work on that, or at least find out where it's going. We've had a lot of requests for shade trees. They take water, but we can actually look at trees that maybe don't, and I don't know where all of that is. So I would like to get an update on that if I can, or we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's everybody. So let me give a couple of things that I wanted to bring up. While we were largely dark in the month of August, I got an opportunity on August 11 to take part in one of the most encouraging meetings that I've participated in the 5 years that I have been on city council. And that was a meeting that took place downtown Los Angeles at Union Station. I was joined by Supervisor Manuel Perez, by Mayor Jan Harnick of Palm Desert, and myself, 3 individuals representing the elected officials that are part of the Riverside County Transportation Commission, and 2 executives with RCTC. We met with the chief executive of Amtrak, the chief operating officer for Amtrak, the vice president in charge of all of Amtrak's California operations, and 2 other staff members from Amtrak. The purpose of the meeting was discussions around how we can move forward to bring rail to the Coachella Valley, and how quickly can we bring rail to the Coachella Valley. We still have a long way to go to make that happen. But by the end of that meeting, it was abundantly clear that Amtrak and the Biden administration want to be our partners in bringing rail service to the Coachella Valley. That is something that we have not had before. And it was truly a very positive, encouraging moment. And it is one that came about in very large part because of the absolute unified support of every single city and member of the Riverside County Transportation Commission across our entire county. So progress. Lastly, we are at a transition. And first, I want to thank Teresa Gallivan for stepping forward to be the interim city manager over what we don't know how many months will be, but it will be months. That we are quite sure. And she's already shown her leadership and her initiative, and we're really looking forward to working with her. On behalf of everyone on the Palm Springs City Council, all of our businesses, all of our residents, I want to thank Justin Clifton for his service to our city, for his entrepreneurship, his enterprise, and his thoughtfulness in working with each and every one of us. We wish him and his family nothing but success and happiness going forward. We know that his next stop will be a rewarding one. We thank him for the work he's given us.
Mayor?
Yes.
We didn't do upcoming agendas yet. We started it, but we haven't looked at like the list for the next couple of meetings.
I can get to upcoming agendas.
And then we can go back and make other comments maybe. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And PSC TV was going to put the future agenda list on the screen so we can share that. Great. Okay, so our next meeting is September 29th, and we do have a full list of items on the agenda. And I know of one that I'd also like to discuss adding with you. We have the adoption of the general plan housing element, adult-oriented business ordinance update, discussion on parklets, SB 9 amendment, We Are One United funding request, a navigation center update, and of course, we will bring back the draft ordinance on council compensation. I'd also like to share that the vacation rental work group has come up with recommendations that they would like to present to council on that date as well. So as usually happens, as we get a little bit closer in the next week or so, we may see some movement on this proposed agenda. Something may fall off, so we can add that item and still stay within our target of about 5 hours. That's what we have on the next meeting. And then the following one of the items we have prepared to bring back would be smoking ordinance. Again, we're bringing the council compensation forward, and we'll have some more meetings on the vacation rental draft. It was envisioned to be part of our study session for October. The group would, however, like to get to you just as soon as possible, and now they have a recommendation. So that might move that whole process up just by a meeting. So you've given us plenty to consider how we might integrate it in. If there's any other comments about the proposed items.
Councilmember Cruz.
And if we do it with a climate action or separately, but I think it's quite some time since we said we were going to try and do some more education around leaf blowers and then talk about when we can enforce it or not have it, but it's gotten to the point where a lot of the gardeners and landscapers, you know, are telling each other the city doesn't enforce it. So we can go back to using gas powered. So we need to make a decision on what we're doing there. It's been probably 4 years now. So I know that, I think it sort of, when it came up, it was close to midnight. And we said we do some education and we didn't have our sustainability staff back. So we should just sort of look at, you know, if we're going to keep it, what we're, you know, how we're going to do it. And I think that staff report was already written. So I don't think that would be much work, you know, just what other cities are doing that are effective, like warnings to actually the homeowner, not the fine to the landscaper or things along those lines. But I think we just have to make a decision on that. And so I'd like to see that. And the other thing, although I haven't gotten much feedback on the vacation rental working group, what they came down with, I've heard from people who came at it from totally different perspectives. That one, Teresa, you were amazing at running it and keeping everyone respectful, and that they love the working group process. So just in that idea, at least what I heard was people were really happy about it. So it'd be good to get that kind of feedback from them. Do they think we should continue these? You know, because I think that'll be helpful for council to know. But at least, you know, a couple of people I've heard from who were in it just said they thought the process was really good. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they've come up with. But lots of kudos to you, by the way. So I do want to pass that on.
Thank you for the feedback. They've been a great group to work with, and staff has done a tremendous job, and we appreciate the guidance and setting it up in a good way. So kudos to you, City Manager Clifton. Thank you.
Justin, I think it's your turn.
Thank you. Council, as you likely know, that this is my last council meeting and actually my last day of work here with the city of Palm Springs. My last day of employment is still September 16th, but I will use some accrued time off between now and then. So I just want to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to City Council for providing me the opportunity to serve this organization and this community. While my tenure here was not exceedingly long, I am proud of the work that we've done together. I feel that we've really done a good job establishing a handful of things that hopefully will continue, a strategic planning framework in particular, where we've captured a lot of council's most important priorities. We've complemented that with work plans that really help us scale and understand the pace of work over time. And these may be things that you're able to continue if they continue to add value. Through the lens of that strategic plan, we've managed to make some progress in key priorities ranging from homelessness to housing and violent and property crime and climate change, improving streets, bike and pedestrian paths, intersections, investing in parks, city facilities, and much more. And on top of that, we've made some key improvements in the areas of some of our business practices that have added efficiency, the working groups being just one of many. It's interesting for me to think back. In some ways, it was just yesterday. In some ways, ancient history, that this last year and a half, roughly, we've had a lot of transition. In fact, I'd say somewhere in the order of about 14 of the top, maybe 16 or 17 positions in the city. But we brought on some excellent leaders, some people that bring passion and vision and energy. And one of the things that gives me some comfort in making my transition is that you really do have a strong foundation from which to build. Despite some of the turbulence created during those transitions, you know, it's never easy to kind of lose talent and integrate new talent. We also managed to continue to make progress. We negotiated and approved all 6 of our bargaining unit MOUs. We adopted a number of practices to improve the way we collaborate, the way we communicate as a team. And I'm really proud of those things. I think probably most proud of the work that I've done with this team. You really do have some very dedicated public servants. And it's my hope that you will continue to prioritize making strong supportive connections with that team that continues to serve with honor and integrity. Certainly, I give my full confidence to Teresa Galvan as your interim city manager, as well, of course, Flynn Fagg and Jeremy Hammond as your deputy city managers, and many very talented department heads, managers, supervisors, and other professional staff that will continue to do the day-to-day work. I just can't thank you enough for bringing me and my family here to Palm Springs. This really is a special community. I've enjoyed being here to the extent that we leave, or when that happens, I'm virtually certain that we will be back and likely again and again. So again, just thank you. Best of luck, especially in your search for a permanent city manager and all other endeavors. I don't need to tell you this can be difficult work, but it requires talented, dedicated people doing that work. And I appreciate that I've been able to do that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn at 10:29. The next regular city council meeting will be held on September 29th, starting at 5:30. Please be safe out there, everyone.